Alright, so this thing. Is this up? Oh, we swapped out. That's why. Trying to figure out why we switched it out or it swapped out. I think I left it this way before I came back in. What the freak did I do? This is going where? That should go to the PC. Alright, now I got it back in there. Got it mixed up. Alright, cool. Get to work today. Alright, how are we doing out there? First things first, my name is Kenneth Bird. My company is IOEG Technology Screen. So, if you haven't heard or you don't know, my company was attacked multiple times by individuals. And we're in the process of now filing a private criminal complaint against Jamie Fernando Gonzalez. This does carry a bench warrant if he doesn't show up to court. So we're going to begin that process next week. So Fernando has been attacking our company, making false statements about our company and so forth, making all kinds of false accusations. Right now is the reason why we have detectives unit, Allentown Police, FBI, which is involving Postal Federal, involved with him using other people to attack our company. All parties know that Fernando is the head leader of this pack, of this group of individuals, which again, as I said before, it's probably going to end up in conspiracy charges, which is going to be crazy. But anyway, to make sure we can get a bench warrant of Mr. Fernando, because we know Fernando can't come down here, we're going to file a private criminal complaint with the court. I know the courthouse is at the courthouse. So we can basically begin the process of prosecuting Fernando for his actions. And Fernando, a message to you. You show up to this one. Trust me, that process server that comes there, when they pin this to your door, I'm not even going to bother with the whole serving you nonsense. I ain't got time for it. They're going to pin it to your door, take the picture, send it back. We all got it. And I go from there. We execute this thing. Because you need reality. That's the problem. You're on your YouTube channel showboating like you can do whatever you want to do. Now, when we're in there, I will make known to the judge that you are undocumented. And those reports we will be filing with the courts showing that you have attacked our companies, friends, family. We got stuff on you for days. We're going to be reporting also too about the counterfeiting ring you're running out of your apartment. And also too, tons of your YouTube channel, your LLC, all that stuff is going to be included in this whole huge massive complaint that we're filing against you. So keep in mind that we have a lawsuit at the same time. It's firing off too on top of that. So yeah, we're just going to get all this thing, everything wrapped up. Now, if you fail to show, which we know you are going to fail to show, which we're going to explain to the judge the reason why you most likely won't show up. And we're not going to tell, we don't speak to the judge, we go to the clerk. We're not going to explain anything to the clerk. Only thing I got to do is just put all your information in there, pay the money, get this thing started. Since you're already in the system with the FBI, it's not hard to get this thing started. So with that being said, if you fail to show up to a private criminal complaint, you will, and that's not the document right there, that's a dummy document because we can't show you the real documents. You will, at the end of the day, get a bench warrant. If you receive a bench warrant, I explained to you how these things work. They will contact Baltimore, a judge will put a warrant out, and you Baldwin Police Department will come pick you up, and you'll be transferred here. On top of that, he has to deal with Nintendo, and some other company contacted us about the email that we sent out. So apparently we had another one that contacted us about his whereabouts. So yeah, it's a little world. It's about to come, what do you call it? Crashing down. So that's what we're doing. As for Mr. Williams is done. Mr. Williams they got his packet. I told you, everybody's in that packet that we put in there. Your YouTube accounts in there. They were attacking my company. Your threats, emails, all that stuff is in that packet. We can't get the packet back. And that's actually a really good thing. When they won't give us the packet back, that means that the packet is being used for an open investigation that just started. They opened that investigation on that, on the individuals inside that packet, and they're using that as evidence in court for prosecution. So, Fernando, I know you can't come to court. We know that 100%. The judge doesn't know it, which we're not going to let them know. No one knows, except we know that you can't make it to court. You don't have documentation. You don't show up, you're in a lot of trouble. There ain't a lawsuit where you don't show up and you just get your stuff taken. This is basically a criminal charge we're filing against you, and it's a big one too. Because again, we're involving everything. We're involving doxing. We're involving terroristic threats toward people's apartment buildings, businesses, and offices. We're basically saying, also keep in mind, and with the criminal charges, Mr. Williams, who also will be added in, as in these are people who worked with Jamie, as in Daniel McAfee, Danny Rogers, individual Crowcast, all that is going to be inside this massive file we're giving to them. Everything, one hit, get it done and over and done with. Man, I've been on your site for the last couple of days gathering information. I told you it was going to happen. I told you we were about to slam the door shut. I told y'all it was happening. Raptor, whatever your name is. I told you not to pop on the site, right? I had told you that people on the site. Just because you don't see anybody on it doesn't mean there's nobody on there. I told you stuff is recorded constantly all the time. Kind of give you hints to kind of, hope you don't end up in that situation. And now you're going to that situation. He's going to get a private criminal complaint filed against him. Next week, I'm going to drop $150 in file. That's it. All you have to do is no lawyers are involved in this. You have to bring any attorneys. So that means that he has nothing to represent. He can't come here either way. He don't have paperwork. And once we get in there and he doesn't show up and they issue a bench warrant, I'm going to let it be known that Fernando does not have documentation because he sent us an email telling us he could do whatever he wanted and no one could touch him. We have filed 5 times with Homeland Security about him attacking our businesses. So they're going to reach out and contact Immigration and Customs to come pick you up. So the 2 things are going to happen in that situation. Either the police are going to come or Customs are going to get there. Immigration and Customs and law enforcement are going to get there. If they pick you up and they do a background check, but they have to, every police officer does a background check on everybody. Ask for your ID and information. You don't have that, they do a background check, especially when they take you down to the precinct to go dig into your stuff to figure out everything about you, and nothing really comes up. They may send a message back to over here and say, hey, look, he doesn't have documents. And if you don't have documents, that means you may never make it to Pennsylvania. They may tell the judge today, we have to contact ICE to go pick him up. So that's the end of that. Goodbye. If we did the lawsuit, the criminal case is going to come first. It's going to override the lawsuit. They usually do. So if we did the lawsuit, that means at the end of the day, there's probably a good chance they probably would have solved it. But the criminal case is different. That's a bench warrant at the end of the day. That's different. You don't show up for that's an automatic bench warrant. So you're going to have to contact the courts, the same as the lawsuit, and you're going to have to tell them that you'll be there. You're also going to have to get an attorney you're definitely going to need a criminal offense attorney. You're going to need one. I don't need one because I'm the one prosecuting. I got enough evidence on you to choke a horse. So we don't need it. We literally got our entire Facebook page of you basically committing counterfeiting. That right there is a loan to take you down. That right there will do it right there by itself. But I want them to know the full impact of what you've been doing since you've been here in the United States. Meanwhile, while that's being taken care of, I'm going to pop over to FBI and I need to report that we have over there and explain to them the situation, what's about to happen, what we're filing, so you can begin the process of opening up a case on you so we can have that to go to court to also. Do we need it? No. I don't even need half the evidence we have. We just want to make give the judge a full understanding of what he's been doing and how he's been attacking people since he's been here. The people who've been working with them, everybody who basically sided with Crow, who's worked with Crow and helped Crow to attack our company, just so you know, your name is going to be on that list. And if your name ends up on a list of and a conspiracy charge, there is a 100% chance that you're going to have some type of federal agent on your front door that's going to take you down to some place to question you on how you know these people, how are you connected to these people, what did you do when you was with these people. You're going to be under an investigation. That's what's going on right now. There's open cases. So we're going to get Fernando in several. One of the ones we're going to get Fernando in the hardest. A trademark infringement. You hit people's trademarks. You touch my copyrights at the end of the day. I didn't give you any permission to touch my copyrights in no way whatsoever. So I'm taking it to civil court, as I said, and take care of it. That's what it is, a civil court. It's a private criminal place of civil court cases. So that's where we're going. Because you touch my copyrights, right? I didn't give you permission to touch them. And I can show not only did you touch my copyrights, but you have a habit of stealing other people's trademark and licensed work. You even sent me a letter telling me that I didn't have a patent, and you spelled that wrong, and I didn't have any copyrights, even though my copyrights are showing they're real, and you still tampered with them, which means you have no regard for anyone else's copyright or trademark material, which I'll show that you have a history of stealing from people. Clearly, the company you're running, you actually went in and ripped off several major items from major companies and sold these items without permission. Doxing addresses on your YouTube channel, cyber stalking, all that stuff, everything. We got everything on you, Fernando. Everything. Emails, text messages, voice calls, all that. You ever heard of a private criminal complaint? Do you know what those things are? This means that we don't have to, we can go file with the police, but we can take a separate charge and take it before a judge and file a private criminal complaint against you to basically bring you to court, basically to be judged. That's what those are for. So you don't know the court system of the day. I've sued and taken a lot of people to court down through time, and I've learned how to use the system to help me out to get things done. I know how to file the paperwork, everything. I've done this before. You, on the other hand, you have no idea what's about to happen to you. So let me explain it to you one more time. If you do not show up when that process server hits your door, and if you fail to show up to a private criminal complaint, they will issue you a bench warrant. If you get a bench warrant, that means any possibility of bail or parole is provoked due to the fact that you violated a bench warrant. You're considered to be a risk, which means they will keep you indefinitely. I mean indefinitely until your time comes up for you to basically go to court. But that depends on what comes for you, because again, you're undocumented and do not have paperwork. Therefore, they may have to contact Immigration and Customs to come get you while you're in holding. Can't run from this, because if you could run, well, you technically can't. There's no place for you to go. You don't have identification. As you said in the email, you have no paperwork. You said that. You have no paperwork. You have nothing at all. You don't exist. And you have to have identification just to go anywhere in the United States. Every place requires identification. Bus tickets, airline tickets, boat tickets, train tickets, all require identification. Also, to your vehicle has been added into vehicle, dealership, all that stuff to show what type of vehicle you're driving, license plate, all that stuff. Since you don't have paperwork, chances are you're probably driving around with the same dealership plates on it right now, which you're going to contact the dealership. Well, there you go. So we waited a while because I know you. I know what type of person you are. See, if we told you about the lawsuit, you're the type of person that would do more destructive stuff just to rub it in my face that you can't be touched. And that's what we thought you were going to do, but you did do. You posted stuff on Spider-Man. You showed recently prints that not only have you been doing this in the past, roughly, I think they marked down to like 2025 you were doing it, but you continue to do it. Fernando, you're an easy case. I told you, a very easy case. That arrogance you have at the end of the day is your downfall. We knew the minute we made those statements that you were going to come back in and make prints to throw it in our face that you can't be touched. And that's what we needed. So I have the pictures of the fellow holding the Spider-Man mask. I have the pictures of the Spider-Man mask on your table, showing clearly that you're taking people's copyrighted and trademark materials and selling it. We have the evidence already. Everything's there. So with that being said, it shows that your activity not only was in 2025 and so forth, but it continued in 2026, and you still bragged about making money off other companies without paying them. Yep, that's all we needed. Pretty much. chunk of that's just going to be hit off from basically from the trademark went on. But yeah, he's going to be hit pretty hard. So the bigger problem he has at the end of the day is the fact that he has to show up. That's the big problem. And he doesn't have paperwork. He'll never make it through TSA without paperwork. So you're going to get an automatic bench warrant. We know you can get an automatic bench warrant. My lawyers know you're going to get an automatic bench warrant. You're going to jail. Before this summer, you'll be in the prison system. Doesn't take long for these things to go through. The processing time in Allentown is pretty fast because it's not a big city at the end of the day. So the processing time is pretty good. So you'll be in jail before summer. You won't be able to make it through. You don't have any ID. You even told us, you told everybody, you don't have the paperwork. So we file a criminal complaint against you. That's all it takes. Now, once you're here in the system, you know, the lawsuit will probably kick in by then. And then we'll just sue you multiple times while you're in lockup. I got more charges I'll be filing against you while you're in lockup. I got more stuff I'm going to bring up because we got a whole lot of stuff. We can break it down by so much. It's a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, see, that's the thing about it. When we bring documents to these institutions on what you guys do, it is literally so much stuff on them that they take these things very seriously. Williams' case is a very serious case. Williams committed very serious act. United States Postal Service. He was going on putting out threats against people. He was carrying on his YouTube channel. Again, with all that going on top of that, these people are involved, and your building's going to hit with a massive lawsuit. We may be hitting over $10 million mark on that building now. It's going to be heavy. It is going to be really heavy. That's not something you can make go away because of the agencies that are involved. No under the table is going to fix that at the end of the day. Like, we'll pay you under the table. No. We're going to take them to court. We're going to clean their clock. We want over 10. So we're taking them to court. So this is going to be heavy. So again, I warned you guys. I told you. You know, you attacked a Christian at the end of the day. I told you I went before my Lord and I prayed about it. My Lord said all those involved are coming before judgment. You thought that when the guy sat there and said and made a comment to me and said, oh, the police are not going to take it seriously. The police are not going to bother with a case like that. You know what I mean? You're just wasting your time. That's what y'all said, right? Fernando has pictures of basically the court and justice system laughing at him. So let me get this straight. You're undocumented. You come to this country and you find the court system a joke. You sitting there got stuff posted. I want to make sure the judge understands that you have made fun of the Allentown police because you did that with the Dead or Alive poster. You posted the Allentown police at the bottom. You did all types of stuff. I want to make sure they know about every single thing you did. The packet on you that we're bringing before them is much thicker than the file we have over there. So, all those who are involved with Fernando, guess what? You're going to be under investigation now. Yeah, told you and warned you. I didn't tell you about this yesterday, did I? No, I don't tell everything right up front. No. Some things are just bait to wait till they just set in. Because I'm pretty sure he did something dumb on his account by trying to retaliate back, and that was documented, recorded for court. So, Fernando, I want you to look at what a private criminal complaint is, what they stand for, what they're about. And when the process server, a letter is going to come to your apartment certified. I'm pretty sure you're going to ignore that. That's what's going to happen because he's going to ignore it. Just like he did the paint, he's going to ignore it. But the process server you can't ignore. That's going to come to your door and it's going to pin it right to your door and take a picture. And so that way we can show me, I get a copy for myself, and that way the judge knows that you've been served. So with that being said, it'll have a court date on it when you have to appear in court. It does warn you what happens if you do not basically apply and do not show up, that a bench warrant will be issued against you if you do not show up, which means they will have you a warrant for your arrest. Now, while you are in the system, I'm going to take the liberty of contacting zoning and something else we have to contact for the apartment you're in. Because the apartment you're running multiple 3D printing machines. So that building has to be hit with somebody involving zoning. Whew, man, they're going to clear everything out of that apartment, which means the apartment is going to be deemed unfit because the machines he's running in there, what he's doing in there, they're going to remove everything out of the apartment. Including, yeah, your family may receive an eviction notice because of this. You're definitely going to get an eviction notice because of this. You don't have the lease. You don't have any paperwork. You don't have nothing at all, period. They're definitely going to get the eviction. And I would advise them, if it was them, they probably would leave anyway, because chances are, if you get deported, you know where they're going to go back to. They're going to trace back to the building. But I knew you were going to use a 3D printer again. I knew it. That's your nature. That's what you do, stuff like that. When you were going to go back to that machine and print out more stuff to rub it in our face, well, that's what we needed you to do. Because now I can show the judge that not only have you were doing this in 2025, but you continue to do this in 2026. You continue to rip off companies and make money off of them. Gave us additional evidence. His name automatically pops up. And it's right there. We're not even on Facebook. It pops up. Daniel McAfee, 1989. It pops up. For some reason, he's locked in our system here. And we're not even on Facebook, and it reads. And we're not putting Facebook, he pops up every single time. Yeah, it's judgment. It's meant for you to go through the system. It is. You pop up every single time. Literally, it's right there every single time you pop up. Yeah. Oh, well. It's a great way to spend your summer, people. Great way to spend your summer. All right. Let me go over here and that's you, right? Yep. So we have recorded on your site showing that you are still in that activity still going on your site. Not only have you been these big prints we have are from 2025, but we have new prints from 2026 with customers buying stolen items shown here on the table from Jamie Fernando Gonzalez, clearly committing trademark violations in multiple countries, and also too in multiple and here in the United States, calls himself Crow 3D Prints, as you can see right here. And keep in mind, anyone who purchased one of these items to begin with, mind you, you can get maybe roughly 10-20 years for receiving stolen items. So means these people are going to be interrogated in court, because again, long after he's deported out of the country, these people are going to be being hit with this. This is going to be an investigation. These companies are going to come down. If Jamie's deported, these companies are going to come down and they're going to hunt. It's going to be a wild witch hunt. They're going to go after anybody and anyone who bought these products. And as you can see, clearly shows on the new list, updated pictures showing an individual buying stolen merchandise, and also too, the spider mask that was stolen from Stan Lee. I told you at the end of the day when I explained to you guys, this is a person who spits in the face of Americans. I told you that. He doesn't care. We just explained to him that he stole from Stan Lee. They don't care about stealing from Stan Lee. He'll steal from anybody he wants at the end of the day. And you people on his channel, that's why we don't call you all Americans. We don't consider Americans. You're traitors of the U.S. Because you sat here and watched the guy not only steal from other companies, but steal from the great Stan Lee, and then turn around and continue to do it. He made a mockery of him. Made a mockery of him. So, we don't care. What's next? You're going to start printing out the American flag and things basically involving our history and selling it off too? Yeah, that's why I gave him the nickname Mexican Trump. Perfect name. He has a perfect name for it. That's good. That's fantastic. That's what we needed. We needed to show that you were still carrying on this activity. And we had prints and videos from 2025. And they're saying, well, Mr. Bird, is he continuing with this activity? And I said, well, we just have prints from 2025. They can get him on the prints for 2025. But it's even better if we have evidence that he was basically still selling items, in this particular era right now. He's still continuing these activities. But more, even better, hardcore evidence is showing that he's still selling these items to other people. He's making a profit off people at the end of the day without paying them their royalties. This is where you got the problem, Mr. Fernando. And you did this at the same place you did the first time. This is the same building you were at with your sister. So we know this building at the end of the day. We've been able to track the building down. So we're going to make contact with the building to let them know. Once we get everything done with the courts, get all the documents, everything completed, we will be making contact with the building and let them know that the table that was in there was selling copyrighted trademark material. Which, you know what that means? Your sister is going to lose her license. She's going to lose her license. She could use her table, her space, use her license, knowing that you had stolen material. She can go to jail for that. That fellow's familiar, right there. That fellow was in the last video. He was in the last video right there. They're going to blow all that up. He looks like the person in the last video, exactly the same way. But, yeah, stolen merchandise. This weekend was crazy. Right there. Got it right there. And you got your name up there, Crow. So, Jamie, private criminal complaint is going to be filed against you. And the private criminal complaint, you're going to be accused of multiple things. We have terroristic acts. We have doxing addresses. We have basically copyright infringements. We have trademark infringements. We've got stolen items. We got all types of stuff in there, man. And then there's other people coming in to witness that you did attack them. Yeah, it's going to be pretty bad. That's if, when he's in holding, between the timeline, when they go to pick him up, police officers have to do a background check to figure out who he is. They may contact and say, hey, look, we got a document in our hands. We have to contact the proper authorities. He may never make it here. They may pick him up and take him from there. A number of things can happen in that situation. Or they may say, hey, let's just send them over there and let them deal with them. Either way, you're coming to Pennsylvania. And we got your new stuff right here. So we're going to go in and basically update all this information. This is previously was done on your account. Oof. Man, where's the other one we got here? There's a new one. There's a new one that came. These were in 2026 too. This is the Mighty Duck mask that was printed out and stolen. That's from Disney. And we have another one here. I don't know the guy that's over here. Daredevil. I think this is Daredevil. We have on this side over here. We have a video of you showing people how to had to go in and basically rub out all the parts and smooth it down and make it look more professional so you can sell these things. So all your information's there. So yeah, you've left a fantastic legacy for your kids at the end of the day. You really did. Fantastic legacy. What you left for your kids? You know, if your son has your full name and the only thing he has in here is Junior, he's going to remember to use Junior for the rest. Remember to put that in there because the crushing blow of debt, he can be hit with that stuff. But the only reason why he can't be hit with it because hopefully he has Junior in the name to separate that from Senior. If not, they're going to think he's you, and he's going to get hit with that. And if he gets hit with any of that mess, it takes years and years and years, because you don't know this, but it takes years and years and years to remove bad credit off your account. It takes years. You can tell company from sun up to sundown. I had nothing to do with it. They're still going to hit you with it. You got to take them to court. It's cost you legal fees and stuff like that just to clear that mess up. And you're going to wreck your son's life before he even starts here in the United States. So that's going to be a bit of a mess right there. On top of that, like I said, they're going to look into everything now. If they find out he doesn't have any documents, they're going to look at everybody in that apartment. How many people in the apartment don't have documents? Which means they're going to go through that apartment, his apartment, and they're going to check your wife's information. They're going to check your kids' information. They're going to check all that. And I know 100% she knew what was going on. She knew everything that was going on in that apartment. So they're going to prosecute her too also. You ran a family counterfeiting ring out of your apartment. You know, usually most people run these rings, usually have a warehouse somewhere. They do it way out somewhere, way out in the middle of somewhere, they'll do it. You did this literally out of an apartment with an LLC attached to it. This I'm sure how dumb. I hate to put people stupid. I really do. But you can't get around this. Dude, you don't have documents. You have no documents at all. You have nothing here. And for some reason, someone told you because you have no documents, you can't be found. Literally, a person can't be found as a person who never shows up on camera. A person who never shows up on social media. A person who doesn't even post where his address is located at all, period. Those are people that are hard to find. They can be found. They still can be found, but they don't pay with no credit cards, nothing leaves any money trail. Everything's paid in cash. These are people that can't be found. You understand? Can't be found. They can be found. It's a little harder process to track them. But you, on the other hand, you came here and you started YouTube channel, Facebook channel, Instagram, posted this thing called Crow multiple times. That all that leads back to you. Put your birth date up there, 1176. Went out and got an LLC and committed fraudulent on that and pointed it to the building where you're at. Sent out emails basically stating that you're a citizen when you're not a citizen. That's citizen fraud, by the way. That's against the law. Then turned around and said you're not, confessed in the email that you are not any of these things whatsoever. All your stuff is in other people's names. It's a whole lot of stuff, man. And then you posted everything you did on stealing from companies, including sales to customers, because for some reason you got this idea that you can't be found. I ask you a question. You do know there was a process server on your porch, right? You do know the pictures we have over there. We have pictures of your apartment before it was blurred. So you do know, you know where you're at, right? You do know that, right? Because I don't even know why you would put that in there that I can't be found. Did you forget that part, that we were already there on your property? All right, well, you know, I think this time I'm gonna hire a U.S. Marshal to come to your property this time to serve you, because I can hire one. I can get a marshal to basically serve him. I'm gonna get a marshal this time to serve you. The guy knows where you're at, but I'm gonna bring a marshal to come to your property and serve you, because you can pay for that fee. It's a bit of a filing, but it's definitely worth it. Definitely worth to have a U.S. Marshal pop up on this property. So he'll be the one serving you. And yeah, I'm pretty sure your neighbors are going to basically chat back to the owner about how this is the second time that this person's come to your door. I'm pretty sure that your neighbors, I know they watch and know what's going on. I know they contacted your landlord, and I know your landlord knows that a process server was there. I guarantee you were probably warned to cut it out. But now we're going to have probably a marshal come to your door. I think we have to hire a marshal for serving someone. I looked all that up, because just in case if I wanted to do it that way, another option. I could go with the company because they know the lay of the land, but the marshal would be interesting. I've never hired one of them before. Hiring a marshal for a process server. Hiring a marshal for law enforcement such as highly effective authorization about serving paperwork. Yeah, we're going to hire a marshal. We're going to bring one in. I need you to know the seriousness of this whole thing, on how bad this is about to get for you. Yeah, we can hire one. Let's see, hiring a city marshal and servant, such as sheriff and constable. Highly effective. Yeah, this is serving legal paperwork. Marshals are often, they are authorized to handle difficult service situations and bring high level experience. Oh yeah, definitely. We're definitely going to get one of these. Definitely. So that gate you have up there, they can get clearance to remove that thing if they want to. He has clearance, which means he has more power to transfer go from A to B in situations. The process server can get there because they're from the courts, but a marshal is different. So I'm going to go to California and hire a marshal in California. Let's see. Marshals in California for process servers. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. We know. I'll research this Monday morning. I'll make a phone call out there and let them know that we got the file. We get our service packet back. Let them know that we're ready to go to court. Let them know that we can basically get a marshal for basically serving California process server. Fernando, we don't play around with this type of stuff at the end of the day. You know what kind of person I am. I'm not the one to play with. You know that. You know that I'm not that type of person. I could have filed a private civil criminal complaint against you a long time ago, but I wanted enough evidence. I want to see how much dumb stuff you could do between timeline here, A and B. We can show how far you go back. I mean, you go back like a lion's tooth. We can show you how far you go back to what you're doing now in 2026. That nothing has changed. We literally have a video of you stating, which I sent out and to those companies, where you state in the video, moving to bigger and better things, where you said that I'm going to start a 3D printing company. And where did that end up to? You stealing from companies, stealing from people at the end of the day. Let me see. We have here. Okay. So as I said before, it's bit of like a downhill slippery slope, and on the other end is a volcano waiting for you, an open one. When this thing starts, you're slowly gonna be pushed out. You play that video game where the guy gets pushed, the king gets pushed out over a cliff or something. You got to do some kind of freaking puzzle thing to keep him from falling off. Problem with you is that there is nothing to help you. Bit by bit by bit, you're being pushed off the side of that cliff into that active volcano. When that document's filed, you're right on the teetering on the edge of that volcano. If you don't show up, you're going in because they're going to come for you. This is a very serious charge you're being filed with. The charges in there are very serious charges, for that, extremely serious. Can we back them up? Yeah, we can back up anything we post on YouTube. Anything that I post, you can back up. You made a product that matched house paint, right? That's going to be also in there too, that you scammed off a lot. You scammed a lot of people. PayPal's going to be involved in this. You got to go through PayPal's record to figure out exactly how many customers were involved, who got scammed, who got ripped off, because your product matched house paint. We literally have you in the video matching house paint. That can be used against you in court, showing you bearing a receipt, showing a container, painted down, an exact match. The only way you can get out of that lawsuit, that particular charge, you're going to have to prove to the judge that there's a massive difference between what you were selling and what they could slide off a shelf. There has to be a massive difference between night and day, which means when you walk outside at night, you know it's not daytime, right? Massive difference. When you walk outside in the daytime, you know it's not nighttime. Massive difference. It can't be a hiccup or no. It has to be a massive difference in order to beat that case. If you can't show that and it shows it too similar, too much alike, at the end of the day, they're going to request testing, your test results, to show that you did proper testing on this product before it was sold. Safety material data sheets. Do you have a license to sell in the state of California? They want to know about your DBA, your EIN number, business tax, wholesale license. You're going to need all that information to show you have a legitimate business. They're going to check into your LLC and find that your LLC is under delinquent, which means you're missing very sensitive documents that were supposed to be already applied by 2023. All that can trigger off from that one complaint. We're accusing you. We're the ones that are prosecuting you. We are accusing you of running a scam screen paint company, that you were doing nothing more than mixing a product that anyone could have mixed up, overhyping it by using an environment to manipulate the screen performance by using high-powered machines, which you in every demonstration using high-powered machines, darkened environments to fool customer on color capability, contrast capability, and gain capability. And also, too, claiming that your product was doing things that clearly it could not do, which is basically under the term of false advertisement. We even have transcripts on each and every part of your website. Your website was documented page by page by page. Everything down from the shipping policy, everything down to basically specification sheets was all documented for this day. What did you think? I was just on your site? No, it's documenting your page. Everything on your page. And since I'm a Wix owner at the end of the day, just like you, I can tell at the end of the day where a lot of stuff was not done correctly on your site. It was just a rush site. It was a site called a stack of cards. Something that's just built for the time being to collect money. Your SKU numbers at the bottom, we did a video on the SKU numbers. So the SKU numbers at the bottom puts to keep track of your inventory. Your SKU numbers on the bottom were the exact same SKU numbers that went to the templates that came with the site when you first buy it. You're supposed to change all that out. You didn't change anything out. You just basically do a couple things in here and there and you just try to charge people all this money. There are sections where we can show where basically you were stealing our specification sheets off our site, showing that you didn't even know what you were doing. You were stealing from other people. Also showing the fact that you were basically fooling people, making them believe that the images that you had on your website were from your screen paint when clearly they came from Google. All that's going to be used against you. Everything in the blacklist is designed to be used against you. There you go. Enjoy that freaking nightmare. Oh, we got a lot. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a busy day. But see, here's the thing about it. Every single charge we have against Fernando's biggest problem isn't the charges. It's to get here. He has to be here. He has to fly here. There's no other way for him to make it to that trial on time. He has to fly here. And what we read in the email, he can't. I've been saying that for the longest time. I'm saying he ain't gonna be able to make it. He's not gonna make it. He doesn't have paperwork. He doesn't have documents. He'll never make it through TSA. And that people contact me saying, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. He got paper." Yeah, I'm gonna post that too, by the way. I don't know. You talking about he got paperwork. He's legit. How you feel right now? He just threw you under a bus. Under a 6-lane bus line, he just threw you clean under it. How you feel about that? Yeah, he throws everybody under buses. Enjoy. Not me. We're good. We know how to keep from getting thrown from under a bus. Jamie knows better if he can grip me up and throw me under a bus. You got the wrong person at the end of the day. No, we throw you under buses, Jamie, all day long. We show all the trash and crap you do every single day. How you rip people off, the people that you are involved with. Every single person that was involved in that bag. When the day asks us, how do we know these people? Because we don't know you people. We know them all from Jamie Fernando Gonzalez. Everything points back to him. Everything, he's a ringleader. So, that private criminal complaint, yeah, it's going to be filed. And at the end of the day, Fernando, if you don't show up to this particular hearing, you will get a bench warrant on you. And that's what we're expecting. We know you're going to get a bench warrant. We know 100% you're going to get one. Let me see. We know you're going to get one from the door. Everybody I talked to about it, like, yeah, he's definitely going to get a bench warrant. You file anything on him involving criminal, and he got to come here, he's definitely going to get a bench warrant. He's going to get a bench warrant. Hey. Yeah, he's doomed. Let me see. Copyright properties of the Spider-Man. So basically, Spider-Man is split between two entities. They're split between Disney and Marvel. You're screwed on so many levels. This is not even funny how bad you're screwed. Caught in the web of intelligent properties, right? Yeah. You're going to get hit with both of these companies. Both of these are going to hit them at the same time. So, got to reach out to these people too. And let them know, link them back that you've been stealing Spider-Man items and printing them out and selling them without permission. There's several parties that own the right to Spider-Man. Sony has access to this too. Well, these are just not the companies you really want to mess around with. Let's see. Let's see. YouTuber. Unlawful use of a 3D printer for trademark violation. No. Unlawful use of a 3D printer for trademark violation. See, that's the reason why I busted my site down. I got my site finished yesterday so that I can come in and do. I don't know. I never know what the day's gonna bring. So I said, you know, we're gonna post this now. And a buddy just sent me a text. Say, yo, hit him with the go and file. You can go file. Cause I just said it in the day. Can we hit a lawsuit at the same time while filing that too? So I got a buddy of mine as a lawyer. I sent it over to him. He said, oh yeah, heck yeah, go on and do it. So yeah, we're gonna get you taken care of. Because you can do both. We can hook them up both so that we can have them back to back. And go to judge. So yeah, we file a lawsuit against them for attacking our company. We have FBI involved. You have a folder over there. Fernando, you come here, you're going to be arrested anyway. That's the whole purpose when you're arrested anyway. With you with the lawsuit, excuse me, when you're inside the unit. Because I will be seeing you again. And again, as I told you before, there's other unfinished business from the other half of the family that you're going to have to deal with. That's none of my business here nor there, but I'm just saying you're gonna run into them. You're definitely gonna run into them. Anywhere you drop your head at, anywhere they're gonna be there. They're gonna figure out where you're at. So you gotta deal with them. They're gonna ask you, no, it ain't none of my business. I don't care. That's your problem at the end of the day. That ain't the reaching into those freaking psychopaths. They don't mind me calling them psychopaths. They are psychopaths. They're crazy. You want to reach? You want to be a thug at the end of the day? You want to be a big boy? All right, you're gonna meet them. You're gonna meet what those kind of people are like. Everybody got, well, not everybody, but you know what I'm talking about. Those are the ones you never bring to anything. You'll bring to anything. You don't tell them jack. You can't tell them anything because you know how they react. They're not talkers. They're people that with action. They would jack somebody up in a hot second. They're not afraid to go to jail. They got ties in jail. Usually people have ties and connections in jail, aren't afraid to go to jail. They're just going back to business. It's just business as usual for them. That's all. They got the same connections out there they got in here. They got pool like that when they're in there. They don't care. They got the money, attorneys to get them out of all types of situations. They don't care. And on top of that, chances are, whoever saw what didn't see anything at all, period. That's the kind of pool they have. This is the kind of people you actually started talking about. That's why I got jumped up for that. And it's like when I was painting, I was like, are you crazy? I don't even bring them up. Ever. Are you crazy? And usually majority of people don't testify against them at the end of the day. If you know what I mean? You know what I mean by that term? They don't testify against them. Only time they get pinched is probably somebody, a federal, somebody got them. They know they can't intimidate, officer, whatever, something like that. Testify against them. They ain't got a chance out of that. But anybody else, yeah, they won't intimidate you. I can't be intimidated. Oh, there's certain people that can do it. Certain people that can do it. And they're like that. They are like that. I don't even like being around them half the time because I never know what freaking FBI, who's watching them. I don't want to be entangled with your craziness. At the end of the day, see, there you go. That's a perfect example of a person that has an intelligent level. That, people who have extremely heavy, bad reputations, there's a good chance that somebody's always watching them, and you don't want anything to do with that. Like, look, man, here's the deal. I don't want to be tangled in anything you're involved in, but do me a favor, don't call me, don't talk to me. Stay over there and stay out of my world. You guys involve yourself with that guy, then that's involved with all this nonsense. And instead of you laying low, because you already got stuff on you already, you continue to keep doing dumb stuff. That's Fernando bouncing in and out of the room. Yeah, we know you're in here. You're definitely here. You're always in here. You're in here trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen to you. Oh, yeah, I'll help you with this. At the end of the day, we're filing a private criminal complaint against you, which means if you don't show up for this, you get an automatic bench warrant. You don't show up, guess what? Police will come pick you up, and you'll be arrested. There you go. Best way to sum it up for them. Till then, you're going to be charged for all this stuff. We see YouTuber unlawful use of a 3D printer. Printed and stole multiple items from Marvel and Disney. Printed, stole, and sold multiple items from Marvel and Disney. 3D printed. Now, am I lying here, Fernando? If anything I'm saying here is a lie, right? But I'm glad when you came in, you got upset with us. You decided to print something to rub it in my face, right? Hello, Fernando. How you doing? You decided to rub it in my face, right? You left out of the room again. Oh, coward. You ain't going anywhere, but your heart beating at 100 miles an hour, right? Oh, yeah, this is big time. You can get a lot of trouble with this. A lot of trouble. People getting accused. People getting hit with lawsuits. They don't play around at the end of the day. Remember, Disney bought Marvel, so you know how that works right now. So you're going to be hit with both entities at the end of the day. Where's that Facebook at? Here we go. YouTuber Crows1176, unlawful use of a 3D printer for a trademark violation. Let's see. 3D printed and stole. Let me see. And stole. And sold multiple teams from Marvel and Disney. Without full permission from the companies or paying out any royalties. And Nintendo's going to be on them next because we just received an email. I read through that document they sent. Yeah, it's a line to the legal to report anything, because now we have to send this list over all this stuff over all this information. They have my full information, everything. I don't do that stuff in the day. I back up whatever I do 100%. So they have my address, they have my name, they have everything I have at the end of the day. If I was lying, then I'd be in a lot of trouble, wouldn't I? Yeah, we put everything in there. That's why when I showed you and we did the what do you call it? The file for the immigration for a violation, I showed how it's filed out and how it's done. Because Fernando tried to go and say, oh, we're putting stuff that is not true. What can be not true? You literally sent us I find that funny that you go in and make these statements and then you send me an email like that. That's what's interesting about that. Full Karen, full-blown Karen going off and screaming and yelling about how he's been violated in so many ways, and then turns around and does that. I swear, you remind me of freaking the Rick James skit. I know it's Rick James, the Charlie Murphy skit about the five fingers due to the face, the whole Rick James thing, and how they were talking to Rick James. They were asking at the end of the day, like, hey, did you go in there and did you basically take your muddy boots and trample on the freaking Eddie's couch? Nigga, what I look like me, a grown man, going in and trample on my feet on someone's couch? Yeah, I did it. That's what you did. You literally did that. He literally did that. He'll go in there and rant about something that scream and yell like, what do you think I am? At the end of the day, I would do something. Yeah, I did it. Without full permission. Permission from. It should be from the company. It's not of the company. Gee whiz. Google. From the companies. From the companies. Or paying out any royalties. The YouTuber has profited and made money without paying any royalties. Let's see. The YouTuber has profited and made money printing out stolen items from major trademark companies. YouTuber Crow1176. Crow11. Let me see here. 76. Has profited and made money printing out stolen teams from major trademark companies. Companies. Now, a couple of you will be receiving this letter also too. We'll be following here in Pennsylvania. I told you because the laws in Pennsylvania are a little interesting because I can bring you here. So once we acquire your IP address information, I'm going to begin the process of filing private criminal complaints against all of you, including what they're going to file against you, because they're going to file automatically because you broke the law on that end. But we're going to file our private criminal complaints against you separately, including the lawsuits behind those two also. And make sure you're buried in litigation and paperwork while you're sitting in the system. Mind you, you'll be there as long. Here's the interesting thing about when you're an adult in the system. You could do 6-7 years alone in litigation, basically going before court back and forth before you do time served. So you can order, even though you do get that, they may give you that with time served, as in saying, well, he did serve 6 years, so we'll add that to it. But you can literally wait around maybe roughly a couple of years before you actually get go to court and get a trial where you're basically get a chance to be processed. Once you're processed and get all that, then you begin serving your time. So at least that's some hope at the end of the day. Say roughly you get like 3 years. You're looking to get 3 years, 5 to 10 years, looking to get that. And you basically have so many different charges on you. They have to go through all those charges before they can finally give you a final charge. Each one of those cases, you have to go before a judge. So if you got like 6 or 7 counts against you, you got to be prosecuted for each and every account. This could take years, which means you can spend years in the system waiting for your day to come up in court. You could be there 6 years, 7 years already waiting. Now, they could give you time served on that, but they may not give you time served on that. Depends on how it goes. It has profited and made money printing out stolen teams from major trademark companies. YouTuber Crow1176 printer. For a trademark violation. Stole and sold multiple teams from Marvel and Disney without permission. Disney. Disney. without permission, without full permission from the companies, or paying out any royalties. The YouTuber Crow1176 has profited and made money printing out stolen teams from major trademark companies. Let's see. As you can see clearly in the picture, having no respect for the late Stan Lee. As you can see clearly in the pictures, having no respect for the late Stan Lee, which is a shame too. Rip off artist, steal from Stan Lee. And the people on it, I want to make sure it's known that people on the account, this account, they're going to go through subscribe, they're going to go through his entire YouTube account, subscribers, all that stuff. They're going to do all of it. He's going to be involved with a serious case. They're going to go through all kinds of stuff, all types of contacts. Wait till they go to the freaking PayPal account and they start pulling those people up. Because that's involved in that whole screen paint scam went on. And if he sold any of this stuff and ended up on a PayPal account, they got to go through the entire PayPal account and pull everything up from there. Yeah, this is what you get from dealing with a scammer. This is what you get. A scammer and a thief. It's exactly what you get. And people say, why don't you just leave alone? Oh, so let me get this straight. So just say someone kicks in your door, steals all your stuff, puts a 2x4 through your front car, maybe just steal your car, and a bunch of people saw this happen. Now, they could literally help you out in this situation of getting your stuff back and prosecuting the people who did this to you, or they can just do nothing. How would you run a habit? I'm pretty sure you want somebody to say something who saw what. So, if that's the case, then what about this situation? Can't stand people that are basically cowards. That's a coward. They want to call me coward today. Coward today, you want to call me coward? I don't put down fake information when it comes to basically reporting stuff to proper authorities. You guys do that mess. You put in fake email accounts, fake YouTube channels, all that stuff, fake phone numbers, all that stuff. You do that stuff. I don't. When we get to court, I will show them the multiple fake accounts that you have used through Google and cell phone service providers that you have wanted and made multiple fake accounts. All your fake accounts, yeah, we have access to all that information. All that information is going to be presented to a judge on how you try to hide under these accounts to commit terrorist acts. You didn't think we had that stuff. We got so much stuff in you guys, it's not even funny. All your fake accounts. So you're going to have to prove at the end of the day that, hey, that's me at the end of the day. That's why I have a real channel. I've had this channel for quite some time. Because they're going to ask you in court, how long have you had this YouTube channel? Can you show us some content on this YouTube channel? I'm going to look it up right now. You're in so much trouble. Mind you, people, let me explain them to you. These aren't fast lawsuits. These aren't fast criminal charges. This is something that takes time. Which means you can be going back and forth out of that prison unit, back and forth to be prosecuted. This is going to take time. We got to go through this bit by bit by bit. A lot of stuff went on. This is going to be a long, long, painful process that you're going to wish that can just end right now, but it's not going to end for you. Let's see. Pictures having no respect for the late Stan Lee. Profiting off his hard work. Profiting off his hard work. That's what he did. He even literally made a statue. We got a copy of that. A statue of Stan Lee's face coming behind it, smiling and laughing. We got that too, Fernando. Can't wait to show the judge on how you just rubbed it in people's faces. Man, I'm telling you, that judge we got, he is no joke. He sees that mess, he's going to let loose on him. They're going to let loose on him. You mean to tell me just straight, you come here, you got no paperwork, you got this, that, and the other, so and so and so, and you just going to laugh in our face? That's what it kind of looks like, Jamie. It looks like you laughed in our faces at the end of the day. And then any person, any Mexicans in there, at the end of the day, they see this nonsense you were doing, you just pushing nonsense to make you just deliberately building a campaign for ICE. And that's what you did. You literally built the perfect campaign for ICE on why they need to beef up enforcement and bring in more harsher laws to basically get people out of the country. You literally built a campaign for them. Then I come here and steal and take whatever I want, and you can't find me because I ain't got no paperwork. I got everything in everybody else's name. So good luck trying to find me. They're going to beat the crap out of you. They're going to beat the crap out of this guy. They're already going to beat the crap out of him in prison. They're going to beat the crap out of him. They're going to think you work for ICE. It kind of looks like it. You're going to say you don't. He don't work for ICE. But it looks like it. Look at the stuff he's doing to his own people. He made his own people look bad. Everyone who saw this said, man, he makes his own people look bad. Now, you got people out there that don't consider that. People at all that say, oh, no, all Mexicans are like that. But you got people out there that are super racist, Fernando, at the end of the day. You want to call me racist? If I was racist at the end of the day, Fernando, I know your entire family where they're at right now. In this situation right now, I can easily give up information on where their locations are. Your sister, at the end of the day, I could easily, if I was racist, say, yeah, well, they're all the same at the end of the day. As you can see, he's a thief, she's a thief too. That's what a racist person says at the end of the day, Fernando. They don't sit there and say, well, hey, his stuff is definitely a scam, it's counterfeiting, but her stuff on the table is real, it's legit. She has nothing to do with that. Do you understand what racist stands for? This is how dumb you are. You don't even know what the term racist really stands for. Because if you basically just watch the person defend your sister and say that everything on her table is legit and she's good, the only problem she's going to have is the license because his stuff is fake, then that person, if they're racist, they don't care whether your stuff is good or not. They're basically going to blame you regardless because of the color of your skin. As a black man, I think I should know about racists. Nonsense. I'm pretty sure I should know about that. She was the we's going to tell me about. You don't even know what that stands for. I mean, you call me Uncle Tom. Do you even know what a freaking Uncle Tom is before you open up your pie trap? Do you know what that is? Of course you don't know what that is. You don't know jack about American history whatsoever. I bet you I gave you a quiz on American history. You failed the daylights out of it. You don't know jack, man, because you don't research and study nothing. You're like a bull in a china shop. You just go and just start tearing stuff up. Don't know jack about jack. A person who's racist don't care about whether you're good, whether you're bad. They don't care about anything. Only thing they care about is the color of your skin. That's all they see. If I was racist in the day, I'd have threw your sister right underneath the bus. I'd have sat there and said, look at him. You can't even trust him at the end of the day. I bet your stuff is counterfeit too at the end of the day. All Mexicans are the same. Now, that's a person who's racist. A person who sits there and says, nah, her stuff on the table is legit. I'm pretty sure everything she has over there is legit. Look, she got the boxes and everything for it. Look at this stuff on his side of the table. He ain't got no boxes and stuff. His stuff is fake. Her stuff is good. Why would I be defending her in any way whatsoever? She's Mexican. Dummy. That shows how ignorant you are. You just use that as a line to try to basically cause backlash on me because we found out everything about things you didn't want people to know about. And you got on camera and lied to your freaking followers for years. Lied to them about paint. You said right there, I'm going to upload the video. We sat there in an apartment, just own apartment, never moved, and sat there and said, moving on to bigger and better things. Oh, we got no bigger and better. No, moving in 2020 something is such a pain. I had the whole video. I even had the part in the video where you basically put in, you blocked it because we figured out we found 2 holes in the wall. You're nothing but a liar, man. But I'm going to tell you something right now, Fernando. When you get in that courtroom, man, you better walk a straight line. If you think that's a place you're going to play around, it's not, Fernando. It's not a game in there at the end of the day. When they put you in that seat and they swear on the oath of that Bible, you had better tell the truth 100%. Because if you don't, I'm going to catch you in it. I'm going to bust you on it in that courtroom. So you better make sure you tell the truth when you're in there. Lie, perjury, automatically. You already got one of them already. That's a 7 years. And we can prove you're lying too. So you better speak crystal clear when you're in there. But, you know, as I said, well, he's still gonna make it there either way. He's gonna make it on a bench warrant. That's all. He's still gonna make it there. He can't show up because we know he don't have paperwork. So with that being said, you know, he's still going to go there. They're still going to arrest him. He's still going to go to the prison system. He's still going to go to court. He just can't go anywhere. They're going to lock him up and stick him in there. You don't get no bail, none of that, because you forfeit all that once you get a bench warrant on you. And on top of that, they can get you with additional charges. So you get hit with that and additional charges for not showing up. So you'll be in there, and we may have your next court date could be January 2027. You'll be in there. You won't be going anywhere. And in that timeline, when you're there, you run the risk of anyone in the clerk office saying, "Wait a minute, did you read this email correctly? Did this guy file with freaking U.S. With Customs and Immigration? Oh, check on that. I don't think he's docked there. You got one time if that ever pops up in the timeline, you know what's going to happen. They're going to come right to that prison and get him. Oh, he's out of our jurisdiction. We can't touch him. At the end of the day, there ain't no skin off my back. At the end of the day, if we sit there and say we can't touch him, like, oh, okay, whatever. We know what's going to happen to you. They're going to take you. Hey, Mr. Bird, yeah, the fellow right there, so, yeah. Sad you figure you filed. Yeah, we did file. They're going to take you. And they're going to look through your report. They're going to find out your address because it's going to be in the report where you came from. They're going to go right back to that address and see exactly who else is living in that apartment. Go for them. That's what's going to happen. They're going to figure there's more over there. See the destruction you caused at the end of the day? What do we got here? We got, let me see, pictures having no respect for the late Stan Lee. Property. See, no respect for the late Stan Lee. His property. Openly bragged about his profiting off of Stanley. No, I'm going to clean up a little bit. Openly bragged about ripping off Stanley. Not hopefully. Openly bragged about ripping off Stanley. Now you say you didn't. Yes, you did. Because when you made that statue of Stanley, you came behind it smiling. We have a copy of that video, which we're going to post to here. And Stanley, it's not Stanley. Oh, that talk about getting an attorney, please. I mean, all that time, this guy had that guy sitting in his backyard. We knew he had a fake. Guy was sitting in the backyard claiming about court charges. And every time you talked about a lawyer, you lie. You know why? You can't get a lawyer. You don't have documents. Everybody knows you have to have a state ID to get an attorney. Everybody knows that. The only time you don't have to have ID to get an attorney unless you basically file for papers. If you ain't got papers, you ain't gonna have ID to begin with. They know that from the door. That's why you're there, to get papers. But you can't get no lawyer without no ID. Everybody in the United States knows that one. That's the first thing they ask for. You got any ID on you? Here you go. This is an old one. When you gonna update this? I'll have it next week. Okay, we'll take this for right now. When you get the one updated, you can bring it in. Yeah, you have to have ID. If you don't have any paperwork, you don't exist, how do you have an ID? How do you have a driver's license? You got a birth certificate, Social Security, you don't got none of that stuff. All right then, and it just says right there, you just told on yourself, right? Now, why after you're locked up and everything, I think we're just going to post your email to a site, and once we have all that's taken care of, he's been prosecuted in jail, wherever they're going to take him at, which are posting this stuff. We got a site we're building. And you can go in and read everything that happened in the courtrooms, everything that happened to Fernando in the courtroom, what happened, if he was deported, it basically how much time he's going to serve, all that stuff will be in there documented. We want to make everything in the court. When they ask us, do we want to make this public? Yes, I want everything to be public. I want the public to be to read everything that goes on in those courtrooms with everybody. Let me see. Creating the picture having no respect for late Stan Lee and his property. And his property, openly bragging about ripping off Stan Lee. Yeah, you didn't know. Yeah, everybody's involved in that. We're going to make everything public. I want everybody to read your stuff, everybody. Why not? You know, if you're going to hide in secret in the dark and do dumb stuff, you know what I mean, then it should be out in the light so everybody can read about it. Even your friends and family will read about it. Your close friends, your kids, they're all going to read about this. As they get older, yes, that stuff stays there forever. You don't know why their dad got locked up, why their mom is sitting in the prison system. That's why. They dumb stuff, right? And on top of that, keep in mind, after all the criminal charges go through, you got the massive lawsuits coming through next. They're going to sue you for millions of dollars. Some of you being hit with millions of dollars in lawsuits. I told you at the end of the day, it's going to be bad. It's going to be really, really bad. I didn't realize this many parties were going to be involved. Honestly, to tell you the truth, I had no idea we're going to have this many people involved. But yeah, they took it very seriously. They took it very seriously what was going on. Attacking buildings and stuff like that, office buildings and carrying on and that stuff. They take all that stuff very seriously. And this building right here is well known. We're right up the street from the FBI. I already just told y'all guys that. We're right up the street from the FBI. The fellow put the black paint on front of the steps. We know exactly where you live. We even know what you look like. I had somebody spot you in front of my sister's house doing what you did, and he walked behind you the entire time. There were 2 other people across the street, and there was a person in the car that was driving up. Those are her people. They were watching you the entire time. They're in that neighborhood all the time. The whole neighborhood she's been there for years. So people know her in that neighborhood. And when they saw you do that, they followed you. So they know about you. So when we get ready to press those charges, I know exactly. I'm going to be with them when we come to your house. I want you to meet me face to face. Apparently, he's not street smart. Because everybody knows at the end of the day, you never do, especially that area is open. It's a huge open area. There were cameras right across the street that recorded them also. What do you call it? The parking lot right there has cameras from one end to the next. They recorded everything across the street. They record everything from across the street. There's a little kids daycare center they have right there with a crosswalk. That's why all the cameras are there. The people blow past there and they don't respect the freaking crosswalk. Kids and people walk across there all the time. That's why they put cameras out there. And this dumb, as you can see, oh my goodness, all of you are dumb like this. It's a pattern. You all are dumb like this. Like not one of you between you have any type of intelligence. You all do the same dumb nonsense. What are your brothers or cousins? Y'all not related by any chance? Because it's like all of y'all do the same dumb nonsense. Mr. Matthews, I know it's been a while back, but your name has been added into that list. You know why? Because, again, everybody and anyone that had anything to do with any fraudulent company is added in. And you're still at the same address, by the way. Because you bought from us, right? So I have your address on where you live at. Customer who gave out my phone number, only very few people have that number. I have a list of how many people have that number. We know where it came from. We know who basically gave out that number at the end of the day. I will see you in court. I'm suing you, by the way. You knew that when you gave out that number to those particular people that we are taking to court, that we've had problems with, you knew it was going to cause. So I'm suing you in court. Let me see. Stan Lee and his property openly bragged about ripping off Stan Lee. And as you can see here in the pictures, continue to sell his merchandise without permission. And as you can see here in the picture, continue to sell his merchandise without permission. I had a nerve to put some posts up about honoring Stan Lee. Really, I got that post too, by the way. Gonna be posting on here. This is artwork from the individual honoring Stan Lee, and this is him stealing from Stan Lee. Let me see. All right. Violation, right? YouTuber Crows1176. AK. Jamie Fernando Gonzalez. See this right here, Jamie? This is all the stuff we have on you. All the evidence. Tons and tons of evidence that we have on you. It just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Each one of these cases right here is basically showing proper information on everything. Just like this video we're doing right now. Everything from basically all types of crimes you committed is all documented in each one of these videos. The judge at any given time can pull your name, and any one of these claims will pop up showing evidence that we show detailed demonstrations of basically if you basically fraudulent against LLCs, basically committing crimes and doxing addresses, all types of stuff. Every last one of these. When you post on mine, or yours, that I'm a scammer and a ripoff artist and I'm all these things. Well, good. You can back it up when we're in court. Because I'm planning to get you in there for that too. You violated the Apex, right? I'll make you with a charge for that too while we're in there. And all the rest of them too while we're in there. So I want to hear out of your mouth why our product is fraudulent and why you think we're all these things at the end of the day. You better get that one right, Jamie, because that's going to be additional time added on your already additional time, plus more lawsuits. So I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. And I guarantee you, Fernando, the difference between me and you in that situation, you're going to be wearing a jumpsuit from the prison system. You're going to be in jail when you come to see me. We go back into court. You're going to be wearing a jumpsuit. You're not going anywhere. You're going to stay in that unit. That's where you're going to stay at. So I may see alter and change on you, because you did make some waves. Let me see what we got here. Look at that. Just ripping off Stanley left and right. Want to make sure they go to your YouTube channel. Don't bother deleting your channel. It won't work. We duplicated your entire page, so that won't work. Jimmy Fernando Gonzalez. Has been stealing from the great Stan Lee for some time since 2025. It's stated in your videos. So YouTube videos are time-stamped. Has been stealing from the great Stan Lee. Not Stanley. The wrong Stan. Not Stanley. Stan. Lee. For some time since 2025. Now, Fernando, just so you know, this other page is just like this. There's another 16 more just like this. But these are on different other sites. Some are on private sites that you can get no access to, that actually sends this information back and forth to big companies, warning you about your counterfeiting operations in that apartment. From 2025 has been stealing from the great Stanley since sometime since 2025. And is operating a fully operational 3D printing trademark violation business. And it's operating a fully operational 3D printing trademark violation business. Oh man, this is pretty bad, buddy. You didn't read through any of this stuff, did you, before you started this? Of course you didn't. You never do. You never follow anything by the book, ever. You just go in and just do it, right? Who does that sound like? That sounds like Trump. Don't go in by the book. Don't ask for permission. Just go in and do it. That's why he got the name Mexican. He's perfect. He's an actual Mexican Trump. Dye his hair blonde. Put on a blue suit. Yeah. Except for Trump's taller than him, because Trump's like 6 feet. But yeah. Trump don't like Mexican people? You don't like Mexican people. You don't say you like Mexican people? No, you don't. Fernando, you don't like Mexican people at all. You can't stand them. Why else would you do this stuff at the end of the day? Why else would you do crazy stuff like this to make your people look bad? This is the stuff that people are campaigning, why they're attacking your people, why they don't want them here in the United States, because they're accusing them of all these things that they're not. Look what you're doing to your own people. You don't care. You didn't care about your family. You don't care about anyone but you. I don't know what went on in your childhood to make you this way, but, man. But then again, you can't really say anything, because I know parents at the end of the day. I've known parents. I told you about the family a long time ago when I lived in Delaware. The people had everything. Them kids had everything. And they were all fantastic. Every single one of them was good at sports. I'm not talking about like good. I'm talking about scholarship good. Oh man, like wow. It's crazy, man. They had trophies on every single thing. It's like, wow, you good at baseball, you good at basketball, you good at football. They exceeded at everything. They were like little Bo Jacksons. They were good at everything. But they had a destructive nature about them. Every single one of them. Some died, some in the one guy got it. They got in trouble with the military, just everything, man. They just crashed and burned, man. They had freaking excellent futures and crashed and burned. And the parents tried everything in their power to give those kids the best that they could, and it was pointless. They all destructive, just all of them. There's 7 of them. It's unbelievable. Like literally, they were guaranteed. Like when they wanted to play baseball, they were always guaranteed to hit home runs. They always passed the gate every single time. They were just fantastic at sports. Man, can you imagine if they didn't have that destructive nature? They would be filthy rich. All their kids would have scholarships. All of them. All of them would have become sports scholarships. They've already been famous. Every single one of them. They were good at sports. Seeded everything in sports. They were just good at it. Always first place trophies. Always. Never nothing in their second place. Always first place trophies. All of them were like that. All gifted like that. Nope. It's a shame. Drove those parents crazy, man. Drove them crazy. They lost their insanity over those kids. Mother was gorgeous. She was beautiful, beautiful. I saw her when I camped. I didn't even recognize her, man. She just looked mad. She just looked worn out. Those kids wore her out. They took her life source. They sucked her life source from her. Destroyed her. Man. So you can't really say at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's the parents' fault. Parents can do everything they possibly can. People sit there and want to blame the parents and say, oh, it was the parents. No. Kids just like that. Whew. All right, let me see what we'll find here. Business. Let's see, merchandise permission. Jamie Fernando Gonzalez has been stealing from the great Stan Lee for some time, since 2025, and is operating a fully operational 3D printing trademark violation business. From his apartment in California. Now your information's posted on this site. Your address and everything's posted on this site. For Fernando sit there and cry and say, oh, no, Jamie, it's not doxing. You're public domain. Anyone can find you. My sister's address is not public domain. It's an apartment complex. It's not public domain at the end of the day. It's advertised as a business for basically if you're renting out for an apartment, yeah, it is. But you put her name, first name, and last name down. You tried, you don't know her last name, but you put her first and last name down, and you pointed where I was at. That's so and so and so. That's what you did. That's doxing. So that house is it's an apartment, but it's not like you're saying you're running a business in the day. You have an LLC. The LLC is not under her name. It'd be under the person who owns the building. That's his building, not hers. She's renting from there. You, on the other hand, ran that like it's a business because the LLC sits underneath that physical address and mailing address is attached to your apartment. So you made that public. Anyone that goes in there can find it. But if you were to find my sister's information, you wouldn't be to find her information. You would find the apartment. That's it. Because it's not listed in the apartment who's in the apartment and what floor they're on or what room they're in. They don't list apartments that way. I hope you understand that, because for some reason you don't click what goes on over here. It doesn't work that way. It basically shows the apartment. That's it. And it shows basically the office that you go to apply for the apartment. All that's the only thing you see on there. That's it. They don't give out the individual's name and information and apartment number. Who the freak does that? I would never move into a place like that. That's invasion of privacy. No, what you did was doxing. You even pointed to where my cat was sitting in the window. That's stalking. Everybody said that, so that was super creepy. I'm gonna tell you something, Fernando. I told you I got very heavy family members that are heavily connected. If anyone had came down and fired a couple rounds and I was killed in that process, you wouldn't exist right now. You would see some people come up to your property. They'll come up there with freaking cutters. They'll cut. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something very interesting. They'll cut right through that gate, jammers and all. Shut that whole place down and come and get you. You're dealing with some very serious people at the end of the day. They'll come get you. If I had died in that situation, anything would have happened to me. Anything would have happened to me. I guarantee they would have found you. That's family at the end of the day. Family's always going to protect family. Blood in, blood out. That's family at the end of the day. Now, I don't bother with them at all. I don't explain anything to them. But if I had died in the situation, anything would have happened. Any one of y'all, you'd have had some people coming for you. And they don't care at the end of the day if you got people. It don't mean nothing to them at the end of the day. War is war for them. You definitely would have got something out of it. And you sit just as a threat. No, it's not a threat. It's actually what would have happened. If I would have died in any one of the situations, anything would have happened, would have gotten shot or anything, you definitely would have, they would have gone to my YouTube channel, they'd dug through all my stuff. And they got hackers on their side too. They got hackers they hire. As I said, at the end of the day, you don't know what you're dealing with. So if anything would have happened to me, if I would have got shot, anything would have happened to me. And they know I have a problem with you, yeah, they would have came straight to you. They're not the type to go for one. They leave nothing standing, if you know what I mean. Nothing standing. You're going to get yourself hurt at the end of the day. I stay away from them because I don't let them know anything that goes on in my life because I know how they are. But if I'd have gotten shot, anything would have happened to me. Yeah, whoever would have been involved, well, you just would have just not be here anymore. And the other person at the end of the day, they would have came and got you. They don't care where you at. They don't care if you're with friends, family. They don't care. They don't come get you. I got family members down there right now, and you don't want to know what they're connected into down there. You do too much. That's the problem with you. You do way too much, man. People know at the end of the day, you don't mention anyone's name, especially you don't know what they tied to or they connected with. They got nothing to do with whatever me and you got something to do with. I ain't bringing them up. It ain't none of their business to begin with. It's between me and you and only me and you only. Why in the world I want to bring on more problems and trouble at the end of the day to whatever I'm going having an issue with you? I want to bring on more nonsense with me. No, it's between me and you. That's what men do. They settle between themselves. They don't go bring other people involved in this. And unfortunately, you brought some very bad people from my side of the family. You woke them up. So if anything would have happened to me, anything, it would have got out. I got I got a family member who knows what's going on. She's been keeping it quiet. She's not letting too much get out. Very quiet about it. But if something would have happened to her, they got shot and killed, man, you'd have seen so much family come down there. It would have been unreal. It would have been unreal. And you could call the police all day. They don't care. They don't care about no cops and nothing. They don't care. You kill one of their family members, they're gonna come and hurt you. Let me see. You think he a tough man. Jimmy think he a tough man. Yeah, when I get done with this whole bench warrant thing, you're going to get a bench warrant anyway. When you get down here, and you get in the system, oh, you can be a tough man down there. You can be the tough guy down there. Let me see. Sit behind his YouTube channel, talk a whole lot of trash. Wait till you get into the system. Wait till he gets in the system. Let's see. Violated from his apartment in California. Operating a 3D printing business without proper zoning and a license to sell in the state of California. Operating a 3D business without zoning, without proper zoning and a license to sell in the state of California. You got a license? Show me. Show me your license. You say I'm lying. You don't have a license. You have to have ID to get a license. State ID to get a license. Got a driver's license? Show me your driver's license. You don't have that either. State of California. Let me see. So we have all in there. Okay, cool. It's in there. Let me copy this. Excuse me. Curious. How many did you get wrong? Let's put it back in. How many did we get wrong? What's this one? You've been there searching my account. Don't worry about that, Fernando. You got to worry about them bench points you're about to get hit with. That's what you got to worry about. When we file this charge against you, you better worry about showing up. That's all you need to worry about right now. Worry about showing up. Don't worry about being here. I'm going to send a marshal to your door to serve you for court. I want you to take it very, very seriously what's about to happen to you. You don't show up, you will end up getting a bench warrant on you. You do know what those things are designed to do. I would look into that to see what comes with a bench warrant. So you better show up. Me and do cry on YouTube. Start confessing to people at the end of the day, or intend to just contact us again. Yeah, buddy, they're going to be on you. They just went through our, probably went through our email already. Probably went through our email. Let's see. We don't need this because I'm going to do that later on. I got to go process it later on. Yeah. Still working on that crap. I'm going to be there forever working on that crap. Oh, we did this. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's good. I'm going to take that one right there. I have to answer back on that. Yeah, Nintendo's not playing around. They've been hitting me over and over again. So yeah, I'm gonna reply back to them today. I'm gonna send them some information on you. I'll give up your information, Fernando, your address, your name, all that stuff. And links to the page. Mind you, you did you Pokemon. You were stealing their stuff, right? So we had to send all that stuff over. And their lawyers don't joke around. They act quick. So they could, if he basically, I don't even know how that even worked. I couldn't even tell you about that. He wouldn't even get a cease and desist letter because it's showing he's running a business. Don't look on the table, look at all that stuff he was stealing. Once they see all that stuff he's stealing on the table, they know that basically he's doing real serious work there. They know that. If he had one little item, like something really small, something tiny at the end of the day, they're real finicky about this stuff. He may get a cease and desist order. If he got a table full of printed people of the merchandise, and they're gonna look at that like, wow, not only is he printing out like our stuff, he's printing out everybody else's stuff. This guy's running a full business off everybody. They're gonna get you. They're gonna come after you. They're definitely gonna come after you. They're figuring if you're doing all that, you got to be doing so much more. Then you got customers holding items up, their items up, showing it to you. Wow, it's gonna be crazy, man. Oh, we got it all hit. No mistakes. Ah, cool. Getting better at this. I play this game like how many mistakes you make. Yeah, very good. Okay, that's updated. All right, cool. I had to go in there and get that to make sure I didn't have any spelling mistakes. That's updated, and we have here the customer receiving stolen items. Let's see. So we're going to track down. We know where it's at. I know exactly where the building that where you're making your sales at. We're going to track that building down and send them what we have here through an email, letting them know that the stuff you have on the table is all is stolen items. That's the same building you were at the last time. Okay, we're good. There's another one here. Oh, we already put that in there. Okay, that's in there too. It's all in there about that one too. There you go. It's your full address. What are you gonna do? Take me to court for this, Jamie? Can't take me to court for this. You know why? Because you committed this crime. That's why. I'd be like, hey, he posted my address, but I stole a whole bunch of stuff from people. And again, your address is public domain. You made a whatchamacallit of it. You made an LLC of it. And the reason why you can't dissolve it, you can liquidize and you can dissolve LLCs. You can do that. He can't do it because he's missing some sensitive documents. That's why he can't do it. There's sensitive documents missing. In order for him to be able to terminate the LLC, he has to basically have those documents. He don't have them because he committed perjury on the LLC, lied about the company. 5 months, you're missing like a couple of years. Literally, you can actually go in there and say, hey, look, we got receipts we bought from this guy. Anybody can do that. They're going to go to your PayPal account sooner or later. They're going to go in there and look around and go, oh, this guy's been around longer than that. You're going to be in a lot of trouble, man. Let's put down here. Let's see. Put a disclaimer in there. Let's see. Please note, this is not the address of customers shown in the picture buying item. Please note, this is not the customer's address in the pictures buying stolen items. Stolen. Those items are stolen. Please note, this is not customer's address in the picture buying stolen teams, okay? Now, question. Most people go into a site like that, I mean, pretty much, they could be, might think they're used. Maybe they're used items he has, whatever they are. But again, it's kind of a hard thing to do. I mean, you can sit there and say, well, hey, look, I didn't know at the end of the day. I mean, I didn't know that. And then they're going to be a lot of investigations going to pop off, and that alone, because then they're going to, the building itself, they're going to be like, did you know the items that were coming through were stolen? Because Disney and all are going to go through these places. This stuff's being sold there. They're going to go there. They're going to check all the cameras. All that stuff's going to be checked in. They saw him coming in with the items. There's cameras that picked up on everything. They saw him coming in with the items. They saw him setting up the booth. Incriminated himself. They're going to have all that. They're going to get access to all that information. Because they can go deeper than we can in the day. We got the information right there. We just set off the fire. They're going to go and they're going to go through that building and they're going to go check all those cameras and they're going to find footage of Fernando in there setting up tables and selling stuff. They got it all on camera. Cameras saw everything in there, what he was doing. And then he recorded himself doing it. Yeah, that's why, you know, if you're in one of those places and you take something off somebody's table to steal from them, cameras caught you. That's why they got cameras in there, high-power cameras in there. Because they know people coming there to steal from these merchants at the end of the day. That's why they're in there. So they got everything on recording. Did you think about that, Fernando, when you was in there selling that? The thousands of camera systems that they have in there recorded you walking in there, in the door, with that stolen merchandise. And excuse me, they saw you setting everything up on your table and selling it. Those big companies are going to come with those high-powered attorneys. They're going to get access to all that information. And guess what? If it's registered on your sister, they're going to get her too. They're going to contact her and say, hey, look, you're a person of interest. We got a fellow walked in here with a bunch of stolen stuff. Are you related to him? Oh, that's my brother. There you go right there. They got to bring her down for questioning. Do you know where his address is at? So he ain't going to need all that. Then the day we posted it, we know where you're at. You're public domain. You're easy to find. They're going straight to his address. They're going to arrest him for that. That's against the law. You can't do that stuff. They even got a thing now where even if you're printing it out for your own stuff, they want to charge you for it. Because again, it's their stuff. They don't want you printing out anything that's anything to do, even if you're not selling it. So you're not selling these statues at all. There's a fellow on Facebook. He has huge printers, huge, and he's printing out hawks. They were about 2 feet high over there, and they got them. He wasn't even selling them. They got them because they're saying, look, if you're going to be basically printing out our stuff, we want you to buy it. That's why we made it. We made it not for you to make a duplicate copy and make your own collection. You have to buy our stuff. It's ours. It belongs to us. You don't have a right to do that. They can get you on that. That's why I said print out anything. Even if you don't sell it. If you sit there and say, well, I never sold anything, it's not that you didn't sell it. It's the fact that you printed out something that belonged to somebody else and you got it for free. You're not supposed to get it for free. They sell that item. If they gave that item out for free, then you're free will to go print out as much as you want. But since they do sell those items, you have to show purchase that you bought that item. They can still get you on that. Man, I'm telling you, boy, your people don't crack books to know the law, man. This is going to get to the point. Look, these 3D printers are going to get people who make money off this. You're going to lose money. I'm going to tell you why it's going to happen. Because enough of these guys going out and violating these machines, these big companies, you know how big companies influence government. They're going to say, look, we're losing money at the end of the day to these 3D printing machines because people can print out our stuff so easy and sell it. And we have to spend the money for lawyers and court and all that stuff to clean that mess up. We need to do something about these machines. They're going to make it so only corporations have access to those machines. You can't get access to it no more. So the everyday Joe that was probably printing out something pretty cool and selling online, making some good money off of it, he's going to lose his business. Because you dum-dums at the end of the day went out and violated the machine, abused it, did dumb stuff on it, and now he's going to lose his business at the end of the day because of you. Fernando. Gee whiz Louise, man, that ripple effect, man. You see how big companies can come in and influence what they want. Them companies want to influence the ripping down of the freaking White House. There are big companies involved in that mess, the donations and stuff. They line the right pockets at the end of the day, they can get any type of law and pass. If a big corporation should not be allowed in politics, but they are. They should not be allowed to donate money. That should be one of the rules, that they can't donate money. Because then that way they would have no control in politics. But man, they get together, they don't even need that. They just get together and say, look at these 3D printers, man. They can print out our stuff so rapidly, and a person can sell our stuff, and we're going to lose money out of this. We need to make a law that takes it out of the hands of civilians, everyday people, and just gives it to us. So we can only have it. And watch, they're going to pass a law. 3D printers you can't have one of them. To prohibit to have a 3D printer in your home or in your business, whatever, it has to be by company only. And companies have to be registered on a certain list, knowing the make and model number of the machine that you have. Even going to have weekend inspectors come in and modify whatever you're doing and whatever you're selling to make sure you're not, I guarantee it's going to happen. Like the drone situation. Happened with the drones too. Drones were all over the place. Everybody had drones. Drones here, and then they came with the policy. The policy is that you can't fly it here, you can't fly it there, you can't have it there, can't have it that. And anyone who has a drone, it must be registered. You can't be in certain latitudes. Like if they have like certain areas, you can't be in there. So certain areas you're too high up. There's certain zones you can't be in that zone. You're gonna fine you for that crap. You have to have it in certain areas. Before you can fly them anywhere you want. Now you can't do that anymore. And they have to be registered to you. They have to know who is operating that drone. Yeah, there you go. But people were abusing them. What were people doing with drones? Flying in people's backyards, recording them, sunbathing, invasion of privacy, coming up to people's windows and recording them, doing dumb stuff like that. There you go. They shut it down. Because you were doing dumb stuff. People on YouTube with them. Trying to get views. You're flying over somebody's drone, recording somebody's birthday party and flying up to a woman's window to record them. Come on, man, that's just going too far. Is it okay? We're going to have to register them now. So this is going to happen to the 3D printer. 3D printer is pretty soon they're going to pass a law that you can't have those machines. Only people can have the machines is corporations only. But look what happens. Look at the people abuse it. So if you think at the end of the day, as a person who makes money off these machines and you got your own ideas that you do at the end of the day, you're not doing anything wrong. If you think this stuff doesn't affect you, yes, it does. And if I'm a big corporation and I own something like a big toy company and my stuff is very popular and someone's printing out my stuff and making money off me and I got to keep going to court and I have money, I got to spend money for this and got to take the time off and blah, 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 send representatives, blah, 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 blah. And this is becoming a headache for me. I want to talk to somebody higher up that we can pass a law to make sure that only big companies are in charge of these things, because this is costing me too much money. It's costing us millions of dollars, billions of dollars of copyrighted infringement that we have to go through because of these machines at the end of the day. Watch. So that means the everyday person who's out there doing the right thing and is not out there doing what these guys do is going to lose his livelihood because of you jerks. Because you don't have the imagination and the brain power to develop your own idea. Which is funny because, not funny, but it's interesting and funny at the same time. Can you imagine if they decided to come up with their own idea, right? And it takes off. And then there's another printer stealing your stuff and selling your stuff without permission. And then you're going to get an attorney to sue him, but you did that to somebody else. So you wouldn't like it. You wouldn't like it if somebody took your idea and you went and got it all protected and they're making money off your idea and they're on YouTube flashing about how they took this and took that and blah, 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 and they can't touch me, this and that. How would you feel about that? That'd trigger you off in a hot second. You'd be ready to get an attorney to sue that person. But you did that to somebody else. .3D printed trademark violation item. I wonder. Now, these statues have stamps on them. All of them have some kind of stamp, seal, whatever, showing that comes from that company. Is he basically counterfeiting those too? Because I know every last one of my statues have them on them. I hope you're not doing that too. Because here's the thing. This is why it's going to be really hard for a person to say at the end of the day that they didn't know. Because those statues have some kind of symbol or mark on them, showing it comes from that particular company, showing that, you know, the brand is on there. It's on the statue. I've never seen a Marvel, any toy at the end of the day that didn't have a brand that didn't belong to the company. They all have some kind of brand on it. There's like a logo is branded in there somewhere. So if there's no logo on it, and you're especially at Comic-Con, you know this stuff today. You should know that. That's basic. You should definitely know that. And you don't see anything on there. You flip it up and down like, wait, where's the logo at? What the frick is going on here? Like, is this printed out? There you go. You should know that. Which means you fully were aware of what you were buying. See, that's why I said, man, the complications of a courtroom. Things that you think at the end of the day that they won't ask, they will ask. The lawyer's going to prep you and tell you, oh, this is all what you're going to ask. Sometimes they'll surprise the lawyer and ask questions the lawyers don't even know. Like, oh, shoot, we got to rethink this. I didn't expect that one to happen, and it does happen. So you would have to know it's real. I mean, it has a symbol on it. They have their logo printed on those things. So how would you not know that if you're a collector? And if you're a person that's a light collector, you still would know. You buy one statue, you see it on the statue, it's on there. Any of the action figures you see, it's on there. Okay. Whew. Has to be on there. It has to have a serial number on there. All of them has serial numbers attached to them. That way, if you get a statue and like something came defective, broken, whatever, you can call it like, yeah, this is the serial number, blah, 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 blah. And they go, oh, yeah, so and so and so. Yeah, okay, no problem. We had a defective with those at the end of the day. Here's something like that. The serial numbers are on there. So that's what I would find out, Fernando. You don't have serial numbers on your statue. That you were basically putting serial numbers in. That's even bigger problems you have now. Let me see where we're at right here. No, that's where we want to do the other one. Where's the other one right here? Here we go, right there. Let me see. Buying 3D printed trademark violation teams. Make sure it's on here so people don't think it's his address. It's not his address. It has your name right there and all your information, who you are. But I don't want people thinking that's him. It's not. So they know from the door, please note this is so and so and so. It's not him. That wouldn't be him. That'd be you, Fernando. So now we have update pictures to show that you continue on with this 3D printing company without permission. The other one, where's the other one at? There we go. Merchandise. Royalties. Scratch. Monday morning, since we got all that, we're getting ready. We're going to contact Federal Trade Commission. That's the next stage. And to alert them on what's going on and basically on items that are being stolen in a business, a legal operation of a business that's operating out of that apartment. My buddy keeps cracking up because, Fernando, next time you want to call somebody a dumb A at the end of the day, make sure you know how to spell correctly before making that statement. Like, again, U.S. Yeah, any citizen would know that one. U.S. Definitely. If you, this mind, when I say this person who claimed to us multiple times he was citizen and then not citizen, citizen and not citizen, citizen and not citizen. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. You can't fool me, Fernando. It doesn't work that way. I've been here for too long. I know too much at the end of the day. Yeah. Let me see. All right. We'll put that here. There's the address. We already have that. And I already have you in the video saying, I just printed out the Spider-Man mask today. My buddy went and cleaned all that up, amplified it and everything. Crystal clear for court. You admit it, printing up Spider-Man item. I just printed these up today. This one I went with something a little bit different. No, I told you, your site's being monitored. No one ever saw me go on camera and record any stuff. No, your site's being monitored. I got people on your site document everything that you say and do. Anything you say about my company being a scam, which I'm taking you to court for, all that's involved with the private criminal complaint. Basically, you're talking about the pain, making claims and false accusations against the company, defamation, slander, all that's in there. Everything on your site now is documented. You delete anything, they go back and they'll basically show items that you deleted. Now, mine, you sat there and said that if I'm talking about these cases and I'm deleting them, then it shows at the end of the day we don't have any evidence. Jamie, I have enough evidence to send a process server to your front door. What are you talking about, evidence? I got videos for days. I got thousands and thousands of videos on just about every topic you can possibly think of. I have a website on a section called a blacklist. It shows all type of stuff you're doing. I just built an entire Facebook page on you. What the freak are you talking about? Deleting what? See you in court, buddy. I hope you show up. You're not, bench warrant. Let me give you a little education here. What happens in these things? You already know from the door what's going to happen to you, but let's help you out with this some more. So, private criminal civil complaint. He thinks does not carry a bench warrant. Oh, yeah, they do. Let me see. Can you get a bench warrant on a private civil criminal complaint? Yes. Fernando? Yes. Just in case your little mind at the end of the day comes up with some stupid, dumb nonsense, which you usually do on your channel, talking about, oh, you know what he's talking about. Buddy, I'm an American citizen. I think I know what I'm freaking talking about at the end of the day, okay? Unlike you, you do not know what you're talking about. You see this right here, what it says, Fernando? Yes, a bench warrant can be issued on a private criminal complaint, which means your butt had better be here when that document gets here, when that marshal comes to your address and posts it to your door. He's going to knock on your door, Fernando. He's going to ask for you. You're not going to come to the door because you're a coward. You can probably bring your wife to the door. But he can serve anyone in the apartment over the age of 18. That's how we're going to follow the paperwork. So when that paperwork gets there, if you do not abide by it, you will get a bench warrant. You will end up in that situation. Ugh, bring that back for a minute. There we go. You end up in that situation. You see that? You're going to go to jail. That's what's going to happen. So you better show up. This is in Pennsylvania. This is what we're filing against you in Pennsylvania. Yes, a bench warrant can be issued against you on a private criminal complaint in Pennsylvania. We can get you here. And we have enough to approve a file. We have enough. Literally, there is so much evidence on Williams that the post office literally sent us a letter saying that you have enough evidence for us to send to federal investigators because there's enough evidence to prosecute. That's from them. We took the bulk of that with all your information in it and sent it over to Allentown Police, and they said, hey, we can't give it back to you because now it's being used for evidence. And it's involved in an open investigation, which means anything that comes up on my account, any call, any information, any contact, any business, anything that pops up, I can take you down there and say, look, these are individuals that are prosecuting my business. They're involved in this case, because you are. Mr. Raptor, whatever your name is at the end of the day, you posted on my account. Yeah, you just went over there too also. That day I just brought you right over there. It's just a YouTuber who's been attacking my company. He's of interest. That's it. That's all it takes. You're involved in conspiracy charges. So anything that comes up, anything to come, and play the game if you want, see what happens. I told y'all this day was coming. I told you. Now, Fernando's looking at getting a private criminal complaint filed against him next week. I have a stack of evidence, including what I filed for the lawsuit, showing you committing these crimes against my company, how I had to go to FBI, you're all over YouTube, get your channel duplicated, showing you going on a slander of my company and products, talking about my family. We got you doxing addresses, even down to my apartment, even showing inside the places of the carrying place, all that stuff. We got all that evidence. Everything on you can possibly think of. And my sister's going to come down. She's going to file criminal charges against you also. Because you attacked her building and you hired Mr. Williams, which you and him are best friends, to come and attack my building also too. McAfee, you're also involved in this. And Mr. Rogers, even though you're somewhere where you don't want to be found, at the end of the day, you're involved in this too. Because we got you in Crowcast, showing that you and Jamie and Mr. McAfee are very good friends. And as you can see, the stuff that you said in Crowcast about me, I can easily get you on lawsuits at the end of the day for that. So, yeah. So as I said before, Fernando, I'm going to say it one last time, and I know you can't show up, but I'll tell you again, you had better show up for this thing. When that marshal hits your door, you had better show up. Because you're going to be here one way or another, whether you like it or not. Whether you come by, I don't know how you're going to get up here, because you can't, I tell you, you can't drive. You have to fly. You have to fly up here. You have to be here that day for hearing. I had to go pick up a suit. Don't look nice for this. Can't walk in there like this. It's crazy. I'm gonna buy a suit. So you better show up. I'll be there, definitely. Why not? Definitely gonna be there. Definitely gonna be there. I show up when people file against me. I show up. Not a coward like you. So with that, at the end of the day, yeah, you better be there. Because if you're not in that courtroom, and that judge sits there and calls your name over and over again out there, you're going to see the biggest smile come on. I know what's going about to happen to you. You're going to get that bench warrant. Failure to show in court. How fast does it take for a bench warrant to be processed? 72 hours. 72 hours, next business day, they'll have a bench warrant out on you. Now, you made the statement, remember? What was the statement you made to me? You said you have no paperwork. You don't exist, right? That's what you said, right? All right, let's see how well you don't exist when the bench warrant gets issued for you. Because I know you can't show up. I know it. You can't show up. There's no way in the world. Again, a person just made a statement that you don't have any paperwork, you don't exist. There's no way in the world you're going to get through TSA. That's never going to happen. We all should know that one. So that being said, and you can't get past TSA, that means at the end of the day that you automatically can't show up for court. And if you can't show up for court, that means you automatically get a bench warrant. So let's see how undetectable you claim you really are. And I wouldn't advise, what are you going to do? Move? You can't move. Got all that stuff in that apartment. We're going to go. You can't move into somebody else's place. If they know at the end of the day what's coming after you, they don't want nothing to do with you. They don't want you in there. Nobody wants to get their house all ripped up and looking for you. So you're stuck. You can't go anywhere. All right, that's basically what for me. I got some stuff I got to do today. Anybody else want to throw their hat in the ring in the middle of an open investigation? There's 3 open investigations going on right now. Anything that comes up, anything that has my YouTube account, and you've got a fake account, it doesn't make a difference. You're saying anything that seems unright to us, then we feel at the end of the day that we can prosecute you in court. We're going to take it down there. Take a list of all you guys and take it down there. Mind you, when we send it to FBI has the ability to go in and basically, anyone of them can get subpoenas for basically your information. I told you at the end of the day, you can't hide behind an IP address. You can't hide behind a fake account anymore. It doesn't work anymore. None of that works anymore. You're in a digital age. And like I said, I sat there and had a conversation with an officer about people attacking our accounts with fake accounts. He said, man, these guys are stupid at the end of the day. You're not getting away with that. It's a digital age. Your stuff can be traced right back to your provider. It has all your information sitting inside of it. The only reason why an average person would have to hack to get to that situation. But if you're involved in criminal, at the end of the day, any form of law enforcement officer can get a subpoena to get access to all that information on your whereabouts. They can bounce your signal off a cell phone tower. I don't think they got a problem with basically tracking you within the system on your IP address. So all those fake Google phone numbers that you made, they're on IP addresses. You didn't think about that part, did you? I didn't know. You didn't think about that? Did you know you were contacting us? You were on a line using a Google fake number that's attached to your local. I'm sorry, what's it called? Public IP address. Did you think about that? You didn't, did you? You got tons of your numbers. All of them can be traced back to your account. Each one of them can carry some serious time. Yeah, you didn't know that. And it's internet. What do you think? Unless you went down, even cell phones can be traced. But unless you went down and applied for a brand new phone or got a second line put in, yeah, but you went online and made a Google number. At the end of the day, they're attached to IPs. The VOP. They didn't know. They didn't know. Gee whiz Louise. You're online when you made the number, right? All right, and that means if you're online when you made the number, it means that's considered to be a cyber attack on our company. That means you went in and you basically made a fake number to come in and attack my company, which is called a cyber attack on my business, which we can get you more time for that. How much jail time can you get for cyber attacks on companies? 20 years. So because I have a company, you attacked my company, right? It's a cybercrime. I told you, any cybercrime carries federal. That's federal. And the people that are involved in it, FBI and also the other people involved, that's all federal. The federal is automatically 20 years. Over 20 years you'll get for that. Let's see. Using fake Google phone numbers to attack companies. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. And you guys even spoke on some of the answer machines. You got your voice recordings on there too. Get to play them back in court while you're sitting in that courtroom. Or they can ban you from social media for this thing. A lot of you getting banned. Actually, as a matter of fact, I got somebody coming in that I'm paying to basically erase all your social media. Even if you got stuff on here about your kids or family, will wipe all that out. You don't have rights. That's one of the things, the punishment, if you're caught with a cyber crime, you have access to online no more. I can get all your stuff removed. So you don't have access to that anymore. You can't access online. They treat you like a pedophile. You don't have access online anymore because you committed these crimes. That's considered what harassment, ain't that? On that one. How much jail time can you get for using Google numbers to attack companies? 20 years. It's federal. It's all federal. It's cyber crimes. They're all cyber crimes. So if you went on Google and you made a fake number and you contacted my phone or anything whatsoever, that I'm a company. You contact the company number. All my stuff is registered company. Even when I go apply for my cell phone service, there's residential, and that's also a business plan too. The business plan, I get perks with that. So when you contacted my company, was contacting my cell phone, you were contacting my business. So, yeah, I told you, it's a serious charge. You can get that. It's 20 years. And you did that online. On the same internet that your daughter uses. Your wife uses, which means we can get that subpoena to get in there to get to that access to that provider to get the information that you did when you first set it up. Because I guarantee when you first set it up, you probably had no intention of attacking us because you didn't know me. But you didn't think about that the entire time when you were on there doing all that dumb stuff, that everything you were doing was login. You had IP logins everywhere you were going, what you were doing. You were going to Google, all that stuff is trackable. And you're thinking, at the end of the day, I'm going to make this fake account. He's never going to figure out who it is. You're online when you're doing it, you dummy. Gee. Tracking IP logins. It's a common practice of security, fraud, and prevention of network management. This is common. So every time you log into something, at the end of the day, you leave your piece of your information behind. Every time. You look right down the corner. It shows your IP address right down the corner sometimes. But every time you come in, you show your IP address. You log in. It's here, 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 here. And proof of that, 100% proof of that, if you don't believe me, is when you go online and you look for something, and then you go to your Facebook page and you will see tons of advertisement of what you just previously looked for. Because they have your IP address that quick. Of course they have it when you log in. Especially when you're accepting cookies. Get a cookie, take a cookie. Get a cookie, take a cookie. You're tracked. So if you're tracked online and you're doing dumb stuff at the end of the day, it is easy for them to get access to certain files, like in those computers that they have on their servers. You may delete it on your side, you don't delete it on their side. Your stuff is still there. They have to get a subpoena to get access to a company's information, your data, in order to be able to figure out who you are to prosecute you. Tracking your IP login back to your internet provider. Bum, bum, bum. All this can be done. It's not hard to do. Now, see, if you did this on your own, you're going to jail, because that's considered to be hacking into someone's server, a company server. You have to get permission. That's why you would have to get something called a subpoena. In order to do that, you have to be a lawyer, a law enforcement officer, one of them guys in the day do that. See right here? How individual law enforcement officers and IP addresses track IP addresses. You see that right there? See, you didn't know that, did you? Did you educate yourself on that? So we got tons of IP addresses that were attacking our company. And now all we need at the end of the day is just your YouTube handle. That's all we need. Some of your handles have our names in it. So, Raptor, what do you call yourself? Something so and so? Yeah. You messed up. You should have never popped up on that account. I've seen you a few times already. And you said a key word. So that key word let me know you live in my neighborhood. Well, you kind of know what you look like, buddy. So I'm going to be surprised if you're sitting in the donut shop. There's 6 people in there sitting there having donuts too. They could be my people. People don't understand Jack, do y'all? We're going to know everything. Everything. There's nothing you're going to be to hide from us. Not a thing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, period. The reason why, as I told you before, you're under judgment. When you're under judgment, everything comes out in the open. There's nowhere you to hide at all, period. You're under God's judgment. There's nowhere to go. You'll have to face that crossroad. You don't have no choice. Sooner or later, you're going to hit the crossroad. You're going to have to go. And Fernando's crossroad is coming very soon. The minute we go in there and file next week against him, we have a ton of evidence. On top of that, he's linked with Mr. Williams already. An open investigation going on already. He's linked to that because we already made it known that they know each other. And Fernando put Williams up to do all that stuff. Even though Williams is going to get charged, of course he's going to get charged. But Fernando is responsible for spreading the false rumors about a company that started all this to begin with. He's going to get full credit for all of it. So knowing that you triggered all this mess off to begin with, and we got cases under investigation, yeah, Fernando, you would better bring your butt up here somehow. You better figure out how to get wings and fly up here. But even if you do get up here, you're still not going to be able to make it out of here because, again, when you get up here, how are you going to be to get around this stuff right here? You can't get around it. You committed all these crimes, so you're definitely going to go to jail. The minute you come, he can have you locked up. So you're damned if you do and damned if you don't scenario. You come, you get locked up. You don't come, you get locked up. You know what private civil complaints are, yeah, and they're basically, it's a personal complaint that we file against you that still can carry. We don't have to go through law enforcement officers to do this. We don't have to go to wait for them to bring the case up and contact you guys back and forth. No, we got enough evidence. We can go in there and file private against you. And all we have to do is show evidence, enough of it to show for it to pass. I don't think we're going to have a problem with it passing. We have a lot of stuff over there. I don't think I have no problem with it passing. We can back up everything we said. So when that passes from there, then we get the court date starts popping up. Pretty soon we have a court date to get ready for a judge who's going to be assigned to it and whatever. And then we're going to be responsible for the, well, actually, they do send a letter to him. He will get a letter. But we also feel that the letter is not going to be enough because I think what Fernando's going to do is Fernando's going to ignore it. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to ignore the letter. So I'm going to hire a marshal to come to your property and serve you. Or anyone in that apartment. So if you send your wife to that door, she can be served. Send your kids to that, well, probably adults now. Pre-adults. Pre-adults to the door, they can be served. And I think that's going to catch the attention of your people in that apartment watching this marshal come up there and hit that door and call out your name. So I'm pretty sure your landlord is going to eventually reach out to us. We will sooner or later because we got to reach out to him. He's being sued. Because I think he knows everything that went on in that apartment and more. So he's definitely getting sued. And if we find anything criminal there, we're going to file a criminal charge. I'll file a private criminal civil complaint against him. They told me to hold off on the lawsuit. I got to hold off on the lawsuit because of the criminal case for Williams. Told y'all. Waynes, what did the woman tell you on the bottom floor? The short rises. She told you, stop it or you're going to go to jail. You're going to jail. You're definitely going to jail. What's in that packet? All those letters in there? All your letters. I want you to understand this, Williams. All your letters, your naked pictures, all that stuff, the emails, somebody raping me, all that stuff is all in there. Your Facebook page is in there. Faces of you, your face, all that stuff like that, you know, donations, fake preacher, all that stuff is in there. That's some part of that investigation, man. We handed over the whole packet. And I got everything documented. I got enough stuff already for the judge. So I got enough stuff already. And plus the transcripts and stuff. So once I'm done with all that, I'm going to sue your building. There's the amount of agencies involved in this. It's a very serious case now. They could have ended that nonsense just by basically evicting them out of the apartment. They could have did something, but they didn't do any of that whatsoever. You can't send Jack if you ain't got no money. How much money you spent sending all that mail through to the post office? Yeah, because he'd have lost his benefits and everything. But that's going to happen either way because he's going to go to jail now. You're going to go to jail for a long time. This guy's never going to see the light of day again. We're filing charges. They're going to file charges against him. The post office filing charges against him. He's done. You hear that, Mr. Williams? You are done at the end of the day. You got an open case on you. 2 open cases at that. What's it mean when you have an open case on you? You got 2 open cases on you, man. Got 2 open cases on you. Let me see what that was mean when you have an open case. Yeah, I see it right there. Legal criminal investigation, which is going on for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, I find it interesting that your address, your exact address and where your apartment's at, came up on one of those letters. When I was talking to the inspector, I could have grabbed any one of them. I reached back, I just grabbed any one of them. It happened to be the one with your address on it. I didn't even know it was even there. My sister said she saw your address on one of the postcards, and there it was, your apartment, right there. So that's what I've been telling all the different agencies and where you're at. But don't worry about it. I may file a private civil. Think about it. Let's see if we could do that. In the middle of open case, we can file a private civil complaint. We need to get you down here on the bench warrant too. We know you're not going to show up. We definitely know you're not going to show up. You're definitely not going to show up down there. Knowing for the fact that at the end of the day, you can have you arrested. So he's not going to show up. We're going to get a bench warrant either way. But I wonder if I can file that. I'm going to see if I can. In the middle of investigation, can I file? In the middle of a criminal investigation, can I file a private civil complaint against a person? Yes, I can. Guess what? File one against you too. I'm going to do both of you at the same time. That sounds kind of jacked up, don't it? But no. Yeah, I'm going to file against both of y'all. I'm going to file against you, Fernando. I'm going to file against you, Derek Williams. So guess what? I'm going to get a process server in your neck of the woods too. Well, let's get that going right there. So we can do both, right? So yes, you may enjoy jurisdiction and follow. Yes, falling for that one too. Let me see. Process servers in Baltimore. Same day service. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. I'm going to file against both of you. So I'm going to get you down here. Both of you. One's going to get a bench warrant because we know we can't come down. But the other one, you can make it down here. So you're going to fly down here for this filing these charges. You already got open cases on you already for that whole post office nonsense that went on about harassing the building and threatening people. So now I'm going to have you here. I'm going to file a private civil complaint against you also too. Man, once we get McAfee's address, get his full address. I'm filing one against him too. I'm bringing him down here too. Wow, that is just fantastic. Woo! I gotta go. I got some business to take care of. I got a package coming through. I gotta make sure I receive the package. Get the package, receive the package. Yeah. Man, I tell you, you guys gave us evidence for days, man. We got so much stuff on you guys. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. What's your thought on this whole process? Ain't good, right? Nah, it's not good. So yeah, we could do that in the middle. Oh, heck yeah. We'll bring it right down here. Get your butt right on down here, Williams. And you make the statement. You said you was coming to down here to Philadelphia, right? That's what you said, right? Well, not Philadelphia, Allentown, right? That's what you said, right? You was coming down here? Well, now you're coming down. Mr. Williams, come on down. What did the song for the Price is Right? Oh, look at the toady nails. Look at the toady nails, how vicious they are. How vicious they are, your toady nails. Oh. Yes, sirree. That's funny because they're cheaper than the lawsuit filing for this one. The lawsuit was like $225. These are roughly $40. I think they're $40 to $100. Huh. Let me see if I can get an investigator to get the access to whatchamacallit's address, McAfee. Because I'm gonna file for all three of them. Get them down here. But the judge, they all know each other. Hopefully we can get them in the same court. They probably gonna break it up. We can get him down here too. Yeah, the minute they told me about that, they were like, oh no, you don't have to go over there. They're gonna come here. I was like, what? Wait a minute. You said they can come here? Yeah, they're gonna come here. I said, oh, it's on. It is on. I can file the lawsuits and the freaking private criminal complaint in the same building. It's on, gentlemen. It is on. And my paperwork junkie, you know, at the end of the day. I'm gonna have stacks. I'm gonna think I'm a lawyer in here. I'm gonna stacks and stacks of stuff on y'all. Like, look, we got this one. Then that's right there. Right there. Yeah. I'm not gonna do. Like I said, I'm not doing that whole small claims court thing. I'm taking y'all to civil or federal. I'm gonna get charged for some money. So Fernando's gonna go on his channel, same old stuff, scream nonsense, whatever. We're just gonna document, record it for court. You're gonna be here either way, whether you come or whether they come pick you up. Doesn't make a difference to me. As long as I know that you're in that prison system, over that jail system, right down the street from us. As long as we know you're there, that's all that matters. It's all that matters. You can't go anywhere. You won't see your house anymore. You won't sleep in your bed anymore. You won't eat breakfast in your place anymore. You won't see your little statues and nothing. No more. You're going to be in the same place that I told you you're going to be at. And, you know, by the end of the day, someone's going to probably walk up to you and say, hey, how do you know? How do you know such and such and so? How do you know them? So they're not going to be nice about it. They never are. Oh, next time what you do is you don't mention people's names. You don't know. Everybody knows that rule at the end of the day. Everybody. Everybody knows that rule at the end of the day. You never mention people's names you don't know. You see me mention any of your family members' name? No. You know why? Ain't none of their business. You got nothing to do with this. You did that to be smart. Now you're going to meet the people who you mention their names. And they are not talkers. They're people of action. I'm going to ask you one question only. How do you know us? Not me, us. Because you mentioned several. How do you know us? And if you don't answer that question fast enough, well, you're going to be on the ground. They're going to be kicking the crap out of you. They're going to take you as a potential enemy. That's what's going to happen. I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. They don't know you. How do you know us? You mentioned us. They got the YouTube video. That's how they found it. They found the YouTube video. Somebody sent it to them. This guy on YouTube mentioned their name. They contacted me and said, who the frick is this guy? That's this guy having problems with online. So why don't you tell us about this? Because I'm trying to take you to court. I'm not trying to do what you got your way at the end of the day. I need to take them to court. That's the only reason why they held off. We family at the end of the day. At least they gave me that at the end of the day. They gave me a chance to hold off. Which is good, but still, once you get in the system, that's a different story. See, that's why I said, at the end of the day, man, you never know who is in there for what. You never know who's connected to what. Who knows what in there you don't know. I remember I watched that one where this young boy was doing something. He shot this guy and killed him. This is another young guy, and didn't realize his uncle was in there. And he talking all this trash, bragging about how he killed this guy, and his uncle was sitting right behind him. Yeah, he beat the crap out of that guy. So how you know so and so and so? Oh, you the one? You the one? Yeah, they beat the crap out of him. They beat the crap out of him. Yeah, you never know who's going to be in there locked up with you at the end of the day. You don't know. A lot of people are going to end up in the system and don't realize that somebody was maybe in another prison with them, and they realize they were snitches and all that stuff. Yeah, Gowdy's a snitch, and so and so, yeah. Snitch on this, that, and the other, you know what I mean? He did this, did that. That stuff will carry over to freaking unit to unit to unit. But if you're out there in the world and you did something, there's a good possible chance you could bump in one of the family members that could be in there. Or somebody who knows one of the family members that keeps contact back and forth, that knows the family member. And this dumb on YouTube mentioning these names like an idiot. Yeah, they're going to walk up to him and ask him, like, how do you know? And they put you in a pod unit? Is that a pod unit up there? I wonder if that's a pod unit. I never checked into that. I had two people that spent time up there. But I don't think they were pod units at the time. They're up there late in the time. I'm just curious. Is Allentown Jail a pod unit? Yes, it is a pod unit. Designed to hold, let's see, 250,000. That's been the building. That's a big building. Yes, it's Lehigh County Jail. Lehigh County Jail. It's not a prison, it's a jail. Allentown, PA. Yeah, that's it right there. So yes, it is a pod unit. Oh, okay. Okay. It says right here that note that often offenders, offenders to temporary short-term holding lockup at police headquarters. Okay, that's where they have a lockup unit there. I didn't know they had a lockup unit over there at the headquarters at 425. That's where I had to go and file. So they have a temporary one there, and then the longer-term stay is at that building over there. Huh. Of course, yeah, because that's how they do it. Yeah, that's how they did it when I got in trouble. That's how they. One of the times I got in trouble, I remember the guy basically said I had a firearm. They didn't have a firearm. They didn't want to fight me because they saw me training on the porch and they didn't want to fight me hand to hand. So they chumped with some dumb charge, but I can't have the gun, which I didn't have anything on me. But they never showed up anyway, so they dropped all the charges. But anyway, long story short, yeah, they had me in the holding pen. They were going to transfer me up. Take me up and transfer me upstate, but they didn't do it because they had to go to a cyber judge first. Due process. See, that's one thing about due process. You know. But anyway, yeah, they were going to basically transfer me upstate, and the guy was like, if they find anything on you, like if you use a firearm on anybody on top of the charges that you have, then they're going to send you upstate. You can't get bail. So when they went on the cyber judge, they did the background check. There was nothing on me. He was like, okay. I said, yeah, it's a chump charge. I ain't doing anything. He said, well, if they don't show up, then you could. You don't have to pay off the bail. So they gave me bail for 25. For 25, I bailed out, and I went home. See, these are the same people I explained to you, Fernando. These are the people you mentioned. These people are not the kind of people you play around. I don't think I sound no bother with them like that. But I do remember when I got out, I remember that the people lied about it. They were sitting on the porch smiling about it. I ain't saying anything about it. I got family like that. I can make that phone call and have that situation squashed quick. I got to wipe that smile clean off his face. But I'm not about that life. I'm trying to go in a different direction. I ain't trying to get involved in that nonsense. But word did get out that it happened. And when I remembered somebody knocking at the door and I'm coming down the door, it was one of the family members. He's like, you good? I said, I'm good. He said, okay, just let it know it was taken care of. I said, what? He said, it's taken care of. I said, okay. I just left it at that. I don't want to know anything about it. None of my business in the day. Whatever they're going to do is what they're going to do. And I do remember seeing these black cars come up on the block, and I remember going out to take out the trash. I was nosy. I wanted to know what was going on. And I seen this guy get out of the car I've never seen before and walked over to the person who actually runs the rehab, and they were talking out there for a bit, and then dude got up, got in the car and drove off, and next you know they moved. So I don't know what went on. I never asked. Never went to any of my family. Hey, what happened? I ain't asked Jack. I don't want to know anything. I don't even want to know what that was, who he was, or I don't know anything about that. But I know at the end of the day, I got family. At the end of the day, family gonna protect family no matter what. You got family that go to jail for you. I got family like that that will go to jail for me. So y'all want to sit there and send all these threats out and all that stuff? If they knew half of that stuff at the end of the day, it'd be a whole different story right now. I just don't believe in going down that road at all, period. My life changed. I changed my life a long time ago. I got rid of all that kind of nonsense. I don't try to feed none of it. I keep all my stuff to God, let him handle it, and leave it at that. I don't get involved in that. But every once in a while, stuff leaks out. And this dumb went on YouTube and mentioned 2 of them. So it is going to get out. It is going to get out. If you get transferred here, they're going to know you're here. When you go in that unit, they're going to know you're in that unit. They're going to know. They're going to know what cell block you're on. They're going to know what tier you're on. They're going to know. And since you're on YouTube, they know exactly what you look like. So somebody walks up to you and says, how do you know so-and-so and so? You already know what's going to happen. Can't come to court looking all busted up and beat it up and say, because they know you got to go to court. Can't do anything to you in there. They know you got to come back to court. It's going to make it look like you got in a fight if you owe somebody money. That's all. They're probably going to jump you. I don't know what's going to go on. But I know they do some jacked up stuff. I've seen all kinds of stuff going on when I was locked up. Now, see, it'd be a different story if I never went in the system and I was just saying this stuff, just insinuating. But I've seen this stuff happen. I've seen people get jumped in jail in the day or in the system who basically did something or whatever happened outside in the outside world, and they caught it with them in there. I've seen that stuff happen. And they always try to make it look like, you owe somebody something happened. But the real story behind it, you did something out there and they're going to make you pay for it. But they can't hurt you, because you got to show up to court. But that's why when you see people come to court, they got black eyes and all that stuff. Yeah, and altercations and stuff going on in there. So they can't do much. But once you get your sentence and you're in there for good, then they're going to come. And he's scared. Yeah, so he should be scared. But chances are, if he's lucky, he might not even get that. He might just get deported. And if they deport him, he's going to go to a much worse place, because if he gets deported, he'll get due process. Well, he would have due process here, but then, I don't know, man. Knowing these guys at the end of the day, who knows what they do with your records and stuff. They send him over to another country. There's going to be nothing at all. So, but you got to understand, Fernando did this to himself. He had opportunity when he came. He had opportunity. Like anybody else, he had opportunity. He's been here long enough to get his documents. He literally has been here long enough to get documents. I have to say it, some of them get comfortable. And I tell my people, don't get comfortable. Never get comfortable. Make sure all your stuff is locked in. The minute y'all come over here, get that paperwork done. Keep it low profile. Stay off social media. Keep it low profile. Get yourself a nice little job. Work your job at the end of the day. Make your money. You know what I mean? Save up. Get yourself a good attorney. Get your paperwork done. Get your citizenship done. And that way you'll be locked in. You'll be good to go. You got a leg to stand off. If anything pops off, you're good. Don't ever come over here and get comfortable. Don't get comfortable ever. Make sure you get that taken care of. Don't worry about drinking or partying and having fun with your friends. No. Get that paperwork first. If he had came over here and locked all that in, he still would get prosecuted. Because he tried to make it sound like because he don't have paperwork, he can't be... Dude, American citizen or not, we have laws over here you got to follow. So either way, you would have got locked up. But at the end of the day, if you had did things right, if you had came over here, low profile, don't open no social media channels, stay to yourself, make your money, get yourself locked in, get yourself a nice little job on the side. Then after that, since now you got your paperwork, you can upgrade now. You can go to a trade school. And he could have got a job in tractor trailer. He could have been driving from state to state, making good money. At the end of the day, you could have posted on YouTube like, yo, this is my journey on the road, you know what I mean? You can tell your whole entire story. I came down here, got a better life for my family, kept a low profile, worked hard, got a nice job. I'm doing tractor trailer now. Right now, I'm going to teach my son pretty soon. My daughter's going to learn this too. She wants to learn the skill level. See what I mean? Then you could have been inspiration for your own people. When they basically saw that, then they're like, wow, this guy came down here, got his paperwork, showed the whole 9 yards. You could have brought business back to those businesses at the end of the day. This is the attorney I went to get the paperwork. They do fantastic work. What do you do when you come down here? You basically stain, corrupt, and cause a cancer to everything you touch. That's what you did. Came down here, attacked American companies, ripped off businesses. Everybody and anyone that's helped you out, you threw them under a bus, which now they're going to be prosecuted for this mess. You did all that. You could have easily went down that route. Easily could have got a CLD, whatever that license, whatever it is, but you could have got one of them easily. You've been making real good money. You could have passed that trade on to your son. He would have been making money. He could have passed that trade on to your daughter. She would have been making money. Like, look, I got my son, I got my daughter, we doing truck driving. Your wife could have been doing it. You would have been a family of truck drivers. You know how cool that would have been on YouTube to watch, right? They all truck drivers. That's freaking cool. There you go. What do you do when you get down here? Now you're going to spend the rest of your life in the prison system. Fantastic legacy to leave behind for your family. Fantastic legacy, Fernando. And now you think you're the tough man, right? Because they know, they act, at the end of the day, they say, oh, we think he's tough. Yeah, they do think he's tough. I watch your YouTube channel. You're talking trash about me. So, you think he's tough? He said, okay, we'll see him. So, yeah, whatever. That's your problem, not mine. All I got to do is just go in and file this piece of paperwork against you so we can get you here. That's all. That's all that matters. On my end. That's it. Sue you and be done. Yeah, I made that document on myself. Oh, we go get my freaking packet back. I was like, yo, I needed my packet. I got to take this for court. And the guy was like, we can't give it to you. I said, why can't you give it to me? He said, because it's for evidence. I was like, oh, all right, then you can keep it. Because, yeah, but I remember, I document everything. I got pictures on my phone, on everything. Emails, all your stuff is all documented. I back everything up. So I'm good. They can keep it. Whatever they need to do for investigation, whatever, yeah, go through the whole pile. And meanwhile, I'm gonna get all my stuff, emailed all my stuff ready, so I gotta contact them, explain to them what's going on. Because she wants to come down to the packet. I said, no, they got the packet, so you're gonna have to go to them. So she'll go to them, they'll contact them, they'll give her what she needs, because she's a federal investigator from the post office, so they'll get what they need from them. They're all working together as one team. So make sure that you guys don't see the day of light ever again. Because pretty much the time you're gonna get something quite hefty. Oh, I know I had shoestrings around here. I had shoestrings around here. Did you know it? Did you know it? You didn't know it, did you? Showing my shoelaces. Okay? I've got shoelaces for you. For you. For you. Yeah. I launched my Imperial, not Imperial, I didn't launch Imperial, yes, sorry about that. I launched my Legendary, and I got a company that wants 3 of those screens put in, which I'm doing all motorized, because I'm never doing manual ever again. That's the first time I ever did a manual. No, wait, we had the portable manual. By the way, that's a 50-inch, not a 40-inch. God, you guys don't know math for jack. Anyway, I just said on camera a bunch of times it's a 50-inch. How do you miss that memo? Don't forget it, whatever. But yeah, man, doing a 110-inch manual screen, I am never doing that ever again. You have any idea how hard it is to get that thing out of that thing at the end of the day? I had to take it down to the shop. We had to pull it out. I had one guy holding one in. The port has a click. When the click hits, you know, it's locked out. I'm like, man, I'm doing motorized from now on. Motorized, you sit there, click, done. That was a freaking headache getting that thing out of there. No. I'm doing all freaking motorized from now on. Learned my lesson on that one. But at least I got a chance to figure out exactly what it's like. Not doing that again. Nope. So they're getting the the Legendary. He's getting that, and that stuff is in black, and then the screen's in black, the projector's in black. He got a nice little setup, a neon strip and everything. So it's freaking cool. So we're doing his setup. Another one to go to. Now, let me put it this way. I'm hoping you trolls mess up, because you will mess up. It's in your nature to do so. It's your nature. Put it this way. It is in your nature to get sued and thrown in jail. It's your nature. I'm hoping you mess up, because I'm planning all this summer to make money off you. I really am. Don't care too much about the jail time with some of y'all, but the rest of y'all, I'm going to make money off y'all. All the ones we got in that hat right now, in that bag, your fake phone numbers and stuff, you're all getting sued. You know you're going to get sued. Come on, you made a comment about a technology you've never had before. You made a false statement. You know you did. You're getting sued. You made any statement saying that product is too dark when it comes out? That's $1 million lawsuit. You made any comment about that product at the end of the day being a fraud or a scam, or me being a scam today? You got $1 million lawsuit. That's defamation right there. That's an easy lawsuit right there. You got you basically making a statement. You made a YouTube channel with my name or any company information, anything, even my cat's name, you're getting sued. That's why we've been noticing that when the other rooms, we open up them rooms, y'all don't come in there no more. Come on, what happened to the whole gusto? You're giving up already. When you give up already, you're going to give up that fast. You're that scared. You're going to give up that fast. Come on, where is the gusto? Where is the gusto? Show me the gusto. Come on. We couldn't have wired stuff after making that, doing that much dumb stuff at the end of the day. Oh, I gotta get a roller today. Yeah, because the other one don't fit. Yeah, I gotta get that done. That's why I say at the end of the day, I can come out here and have this fun. You know why? Because I get my work done. I spent late getting the site tweaked. Finished the whole entire site. Got it done. I gotta go through shipping. That's basically about it. That's nothing. I can knock that off easy. The rest of it's all done. Finished out the search engine optimizer. About to basically put my domain name in different directions overseas. I got domain access to servers overseas so they can see my technology much more over there. Yeah. Some of you are going to be sitting in a jail cell over some paint that you didn't even stop at the end of the day. You didn't. I'm still me making money. Chances are you're going to see my commercial on there pop up on, oh, that's going to be jacked up. Can you imagine if you got sent to jail for committing fraud against my business and you're in there locked up and you see my commercial pop up saying, man, our product, we can back our products up so well, we can even back them up in court. They'd be like, ah! That's what you're in here for, ain't you, Paint Boy? You can get a nickname. They don't call you Paint Boy in here. Everybody nickname. Hey, Paint Boy. That's what you in here for? These guys in here for paint. Can you believe it? They're gonna be busting on you guys all day long. They ain't here for paint. Paint? Like what kind of paint? I don't know. This guy makes this kind of paint. They got on the channel, start carrying on and acting up for paint. You believe they got locked up for paint? They're busting on you on your charges for paint. Paint, literally paint. Wow, you guys are stupid. They don't tell you I'm stupid. You mean to tell me you had all that freedom and you got locked up on some paint? Like, was you tagging something? Were you like spraying something on the wall? You know what I mean? Vandalism? Like, no, like screen paint. I look at you like, what's wrong with you at the end of the day? You slow? Like, why would you get involved in this? That's crazy. It's pettiness. See, if something's really, really petty and you get locked up for it, they'll bust on you for that nonsense. You'll be freaking humiliated on that nonsense. Paint. Like, what you in here for? I stole that candy bar. You stole the what? Let me get this straight. So you threw away your life over a Snickers? A box of Snickers. And you took off and ran with the box of Snickers? And you started a high-speed chase over a box of Snickers. Well, let me get this straight. You went in the store and stole the box of Snickers, and a chase started, and you decided to get in your car and race down the street at 100 miles an hour over a box of Snickers. And they had to bring out what? They had a police chase and a chopper over some Snickers? Like, what the freak is wrong with you? Yeah. You'll get nicknames in there like that. Yeah, it's definitely a stupid idiot over there. The guy freaking got started a police chase over a box of Snickers. Gee whiz Louise. Paint. Paint. They're like, really? Paint? Paint. Like, what the freak was going on with all that in paint? So you decide to go on and make a mockery of this guy and all this nonsense today. Don't tell him nothing today that you do that type of stuff. Don't tell him you do that kind of trolling stuff. You get your butt whipped in there for that. Because they're going to think you're the type of person that tells stories. You going to got locked up for spreading rumors. They're going to think you're going to do that stuff. Like, don't do that in here at the end of the day. Don't be doing that nonsense you do on YouTube. Don't bring it in here, because I can tell you what it's going to do. You're definitely going to get hurt. That's what they're going to tell you. If you get somebody in there for stealing, and the first thing they say is, yeah, the first thing they go missing, I'm taking it out on you. Let me find anything missing. Anything missing. Let me find anything missing. I'm coming straight to you. They know you in there for you like to steal. Petty theft. Not like in there like a bank robbery or something crazy at the end of the day. Like petty theft. You get petty theft going in, you're going to be a petty theft when you get in there, man. I don't care at the end of the day, man. I'll take nothing from you at the end of the day. You're going to definitely apologize. I'm going to handle it. Williams is even worse. Says, Williams, remember those emails you sent to me talking about raping me? They're actually in the packet that I gave to them. So that means that you're going to have to register as a sex offender. And then on top of that, I let them know at the end of the day that those naked pictures that they have, you were sending those pictures to my sister's address who has kids. So it's going to be in your paperwork that you were sending half-naked pictures, and they're scanned into the system. These are the half-naked pictures. First of all, you were claiming to be a minister. I told them, yeah, you were ripping people off. Your Cash App information's in there. Also, too, your PayPal information in there, showing that you were taking donations. Your Facebook page, duplicate of your Facebook page is in there, which shows at the end of the day that you had a Facebook page stating with any videos, and you're going to definitely have that. But in there stating that you have a church, you're asking for donations. Your YouTube account's also in there, showing your YouTube account, asking for donations. All your stuff is in there. Even your fingerprints, remind you. In those packets, there's fingerprints in there, sealed letters that your fingerprints are on the inside of that too. You're done. And that's what they're going to use to prosecute you in court. They're going to be using evidence to prosecute you in court with that. So I want to make sure the judge understands that you've been sending us all kinds of weird stuff involving your half-naked body, making statements on YouTube that me and you are a couple, and stuff like that. Also make a statement that you were sending half-naked pictures to an address that had kids. So if that goes into your paperwork, you know what happens with people like that when that stuff is in their paperwork. Look it up. You're going to answer your paperwork. You're going to have to show it. Or they're going to show it. Because I do remember when I was in juvie, I'll never forget this. There was a guy that was in there for touching a kid. And they called 3 people in the office. When we walked in the office, the guy was like, well, not you. They called me in there. And then they called me and 2 other people in there. So the guy was like, I'm going to open this up. I got to go take care of some business. We were in the office, man. We were never supposed to be in there. He said, I'm going to open this up. And I'm going to go walk in there. I got to go take care of some business. Let yourself out and leave. We trusted 3 people, me and another guy. And the other guy looked at me and said, Ken, you can't be in here. You're a Christian at the end of the day. You got no part of this. You got to go. And I walked out and he shut the door behind me. I went in there because that's what he called me in. But I couldn't do anything. I'm a Christian. They know I'm a Christian. And the other guy was like, what you doing here? Ken, you can't be in here. You're a Christian. He opened the door and told me to get out. So he shut the door. And then they were going through the paperwork. And I found the guy was touching kids. The guy was behind with that night. He gave me a soap party. You don't know what a soap party is? That's where they take soap and they put it in a sock and they beat the crap out of you with it. And the NTAs heard him screaming. They didn't do anything about it because they knew what he was in there for. So later on, they came like, hey, cut that out, cut that out. You can't be doing all that. You know, lights up in the day. Go back to your area, go back to your area, go back to your area. And they had to call infirmary and all that stuff. And they made some comments there at the end of the day like, this never happened. If it happened, you say anything, it's going to get far worse than this. And that guy kept his mouth shut. Yep, I watched that happen. I was sitting right in there, and when the guy called us in, he said, and they all knew, the entities knew who the guy was. They didn't say anything like this. He's going to still take care of it. They're touching kids. A weirdo, man, freaking weirdo. I don't care if you juvie, I don't care if you kid juvie going in, doing that nonsense. You up there like around our age, like 16, 17, you put your behind with for it. You don't care. You don't touch on kids. I'll never forget that. Called us in the office and laid a photo on the table and said, okay. Open it up. He said, I'm going to go walk out here. I got some business to take care of. I'll be back. And the body looked at me and said, hey, Ken, you can't be in here. You're a Christian. You got to go. I said, yeah, I know that. He said, oh, all right, go. You got me at the door and shut the door. So he didn't know I left out of there. No, I know it's in the day. I was like, looking through it. And the guy was like, okay. He came out and said, we got to handle this. You got to be taken care of. So that's it. And there was no staff on the floor. There's always staff on the floor in that sector. There's no staff on the floor. Of course, because nobody's watching what's going on. And they beat the crap out of him. And they weren't supposed to hit him in the face. They never hit him in the face because, it causes bruises in the face. They hit him in the body. Legs, all that stuff like that. That's all. He got in an altercation with somebody at the end of the day. A fight broke out. That's basically why they write some stuff in the charts. That's all. And clean it up. That's all. Yep. And they transfer him out. We had another guy came in there. He couldn't even get in the building. They was trying to kill him before he could even get in the building. He killed the baby. He robbed somebody's house at the end of the day, and he figured he left his fingerprints around, so he set the house on fire. There was a baby upstairs that died. The parents didn't leave the baby alone. The woman went across the street just for a minute. She went across the street. The baby was sleeping in the nursery just for a minute. The house was, when the guy was explaining it, and the court was like, well, wait a minute. She left the baby alone. You know what I mean? He said, no. It's just going across the street to his sister's house to come right back. And he had broken the house looking for stuff. Looking for money for weed. And set the house on fire and killed the baby. He couldn't even make it to the door. There were so many people at the door trying to get their hands on him. They was pushing over the guard to get to him. And they couldn't bring him in. And they pulled him back and took him to another unit. And he got killed that night. Because they were sitting there playing guards. And one of the NTAs came out and said, yo, that kid they was trying to bring? I said, yeah, they cut his throat in the showers. Yeah. Got his throat cut in the showers. They killed him. Can't be doing that stuff, man. And that's stuff that you did, Williams. You were sending, there's little kids over. Those kids range from anywhere from 2 to 3 years old. They're little kids. And you were sending them pictures over there like that. And Jamie is friends with this guy. Jamie knows this guy. And Jamie knew what he was doing. He was sending the pictures over, and Jamie said nothing about it. So I'll make that known, too, at the end of the day, too. That you know this guy. You and him are good friends. You know, you should have cut that in half from the door. They cut that in half. Like, he did what? Like, oh heck no, we got nothing to do with him. Watch you come up with some announcement right now, try to clean it up, talking about, well, I don't know about anything. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Y'all know each other. Because I got a voice call that he contacted the office, the garage, screaming and carrying on. We got him on recording. I got a post on YouTube, screaming and carrying on, and saying at the end of the day that, yeah, Jamie this and Jamie that, and Jamie this and Jamie that. He mentioned your name multiple times in that screaming rant he went through, calling us out. Oh, you guys are in a lot of trouble. You get caught in there with them type of charges. Some people don't go right away. Some people, they don't go right. Some people, they're gonna sell you out. They're gonna turn you out. They're gonna sell you. You'll be sold from inmate to inmate to inmate to inmate to inmate. They're gonna trick you out. That's why you see in those videos, those guys walking around. Some guys choose that life, and some people don't. If you do make it out of there, you ain't gonna be the same. Somebody's to turn you out for money, cigarettes, whatever. You're gonna do it. They're gonna kill you. Or how they say, unalive you. That's pretty much it. Yep. So a lot of stuff. People are gonna go altering change and doing dumb stuff. Let me see here. Oh, really? That's pretty good for time. Oh, excellent. And time good there too. Great time. Great timing. Great timing. See, this is the reason why. As the judge ever asked me, Mr. Bird, why did it take you so long? First of all, we had tracked down some of y'all locations, but we couldn't find y'all. That was one of them. And the other one was basically the reason why I dragged my feet on this, because I already been to the system. I know how bad it can be in there. Again, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. It's bad, bad, bad. And unfortunately, some of you probably have, nothing unfortunately, some of you probably been in the system already, so you pretty much are, you can handle it, but the ones that never actually been in the system before, yeah, y'all gonna get eaten alive in there. I better gain some weight, grow some facial hair, get a bunch of tattoos. I don't know if they're gonna help you, but still, a changing experience. Ugh. 57 years old, and I still can remember when I was 16, the whole process. I still can remember all of it crystal clear. Yep. Never leaves you. That's good. But you don't want to get in any trouble anymore, because you know what it was like to be in there. You're never going to go through that process ever again for anybody. Let me see. What's it going to be? -8 Fahrenheit? Gee whiz Louise. It was cold coming in, but still, jeez. That actually dropped. It wasn't anywhere near that when I was coming in. What is this freaking... And they got wind chills out there too? Oh, man. I think I might skip this one today. I might just work inside today. I think I might skip this. I'm out of here. I gotta go. I gotta pick up something. But geez, should have brought the big coat. Gotta go, people. Fernando, I'll see you in court if you make it. You're not gonna make it. I already know from the door you're not gonna make it. But little message. I want you to listen up. This is real deal, buddy. Remember the processor that came to your front door? This is a different type of processor. I'm bringing a U.S. Marshal to your front door to serve you. So with that being said, this is for criminal charges, not lawsuit. You don't show up, you get that bench warrant. You understand that? Crystal clear. You get a bench warrant, they will come get you. Can't hide in your apartment, they will come get you. And don't do something stupid like getting your vehicle and drive off, and don't do that. They got your plates and all that stuff, so don't even bother with that either. There's no place for you to go. Just take it like a man, go out there, let them put the handcuffs on you and take you away. I'm going to make sure I'm going to get video footage. I think I can get the cam footage from that. So I want the cam footage from that, and I want your mugshots. Mugshots are public domain anyway. So I want to have your mugshots. And then you'll see at the end of the day, Mr. Big Bad Fernando, who thought he could do whatever the freak he wanted to do. No, it's called time. Time catches up to everybody. It catches up to everybody. He said, what did you die? it still catches up to you. That's the worst type of time that catches up to you. Because in that world, it's forever. You're never coming out of that world. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. You're stuck there forever. You're in purgatory forever. Or some type of hell. So, I'd rather handle it here first than go over there. I'm taking these up now. Yeah! What do you think, Taco? Yeah! Man, it's great to have people on your side, especially law enforcement officers now that take care of all this mess at the end of the day. Boy, they just saw the light part of it. The stuff we gave them is nothing compared to what we have on file, man. They have nothing. The phone calls. You guys recorded your voices in Grasshopper. You actually were talking on the machine, sending threats over. Man, we got thousands of those, thousands of emails on different accounts. I'm just going to be transferring all it over. Wait till you see the other bulk half of this mess. The minute every agency I talked to about what we went through with you guys, the first thing they said, I'm sorry, Mr. Bird, that you had to go through that ordeal. Everyone. We go to court, and a judge says that, and you're getting sued, you know how bad this is going to be for you. That's why I said they diagnosed me with that PST, something, whatever game at the end of the day, they diagnosed me with. Got me on medication now, because you guys triggered all that. That's why lawsuits are going up to $1 million and up. They're starting off at $1 million. And you can sit there and cry all you want. You ain't got it. Ain't about what you got. It's about basically burying you in debt for the rest of your life to pass off this earth. That's what it's about. It ain't about how much money you got. You ain't got the money to cover it. It's about taking everything you have, leave you with nothing, and still bury you in debt that you can't afford to pay off. You'll be in jail, and leave your families homeless. Remember, you bought it on yourself. Yeah, plenty of common sense. You could have been doing something else with your time. You could have been working on your car, could have been doing this, could have been doing that, something. Instead of getting involved in that petty nonsense. But you thought you'd never get caught. No one would track you down. You thought you were going to get hide from this, right? Yeah, you attacked a Christian at the end of the day. That's what you did. And Christians go to God for protection. And God knows where you live at. God knows everything about you. So yeah, you got busted. And a lot of you basically are sitting in that black bag with those investigators who thought at the end of the day that no one was going to track you. Guess what? Now you're in front of a case now. So when they contact us, they want the full understanding. We will give the full understanding that these YouTubers with these fake accounts and emails and stuff that would contact us was a conspiracy, yes, conspiracy, to take down and destroy my company. Some of them was racial motivated, which we received letters from you guys calling us the N-word, all kinds of racial slurs. And all this came from the head leader, Jamie Fernando Gonzalez. You were dumb enough to think you weren't going to be caught, so that's why you called the Grasshopper system, and you basically started recording your voice and sending messages over with all these threats and racial slurs. Thinking you were never going to get caught. And God was saying the entire time, you're getting caught. So you can say all this stuff at the end of the day, blah, blah, blah. I hope you do get on your channel and say some nonsense by saying that's going to happen to you. I'm going to document that too for the judge. Anything you say on your channel about how nothing's going to happen to you, this is a lie, this is blah, blah, I'm going to document it for the judge. I want to show the judge that you took none of this seriously at the end of the day, and you thought that the court system was nothing more than a joke. Go ahead, do it. You can use it against you. Anything you do right now, I can use against you in court. Anything you say that's about this case or about me or my family, I can use it against you. Additional evidence to prosecute you for more time. So go ahead and make some statement that nothing's going to happen to you and see what happens. That's the same thing he said today too. And once we file this document, he's going to have to make it down here or he's going to get a bench warrant on him. Let's see how well you're hidden in the United States, Mr. Fernando. How far we can find you. So like I said, challenge accepted. You said you can't be found? Challenge accepted. I'll just file a private criminal complaint on you, and you'll get a bench warrant because you ain't got paperwork. So let's see how fast we can find you. And if you disappear, we can't find you, you know who I'm going to go get. I'm going to get a U.S. Marine. You know who. You talk to him on the phone. You're talking trash to him. I'm going to hire him to come find you. Matter of fact, he might even do it for free. Knowing him, he's probably going to do it for free. 6 of his buddies will be down here, and they are very, very well trained. Fernando, you've seen the Marines sit in the day? They are no joke. I'm not saying the rest of the Army are no joke. They're all trained pretty well, but you know the reputation of Marines. First one in, last one out. And he is true to his flag at the end of the day. He does not appreciate you disrespecting it. Unbelievable. Cannot wait till next week. Oh, how you doing? You want some cocoa? Want some cocoa? Want some cocoa? What's that? Smells like cocoa. Wow. Wow. Come here, Mr. Happy Socks. Mr. Happy Socks. Mr. Happy Socks. All right, with that being said, well, I got a bright future in 2026, and, well, the rest of you guys, well, can't say much for you. I do know one thing. I told you, your channels are monitored. They're monitored. That's how we're getting all this stuff on Jamie and all this stuff. Their channels are monitored. So anything you saying there about nothing's going to happen to you and da-da-da-da-da, I'll make sure that we get that copies that we show to the judge. Your Honor, they felt like they could do anything they wanted to do on YouTube, even bragging about the crimes that they committed, that nothing was going to happen to them. We'll use it against you in court. Like Fernando's email, we're going to use it against him in court. Let me see. 2025. I think it is 2025. I should run this. 2025. I haven't pulled the QR code off the receipt to see what it was sold to and what it was bought for. He even subtitled it, man. Made it even more easier. He subtitled the whole thing. Yeah, it's not 2025, it's 2023. It's longer than that. It's been done longer than that. $1,000 pieces for a customer. Jason Jorge, Friday the 13th, even marked them and everything. Gee whiz Louise. That's Jamie right there, laughing because he found it funny. Found it funny to rip off American companies. And he's put a laugh emoji in there. Try to make it seem like, something to laugh at. Jamie, anyone looking at this, anybody looking at this, can clearly say that in the day that you get permission. Anyone can see this and tell you ripped off American companies. You ripped off just about everybody. So put a laugh emoji there to make it seem like nobody would take it seriously. It don't work that way. It just shows at the end of the day that you find what you did amusing and funny, and that you have no respect for our country. So let's see how much of a smile you have on your face when that document gets there. And that marshal serves you at the end of the day. Let's see how much a smile you have on your face. I'm curious to see how big a smile you're going to have. I doubt it's going to be upside down. I think it's going to be that way. I think your heart's going to be pumping at 100 miles an hour when you see a marshal hop up on your porch. That's why I'm hiring them, because I know the reaction you're going to see when that guy walks on your porch. Your heart's going to start speeding at 100 miles an hour. And when you get that paper, when you open it up, it's going to let you know that you're being charged. You have a criminal open charge on you, that you're being prosecuted or being accused of basically committing these crimes, and that you know you committed these crimes. You know you have no way of being able to get past all this. But most importantly, you don't have the paperwork to make it to court. And we all know that. That's why we're following this one. So I was going to do the lawsuit and do it next, but they said I can do it right after the lawsuit. I was like, oh, really? Are you kidding me? Okay, cool, we're in. I'm going to go follow. So we got to make it here. If you don't make it here, again, you know what's going to happen, right? So either you come by free will or they'll take you. Now, you get that bench warrant on you, what's going to happen, like I said, it's a separate charge. You're going to give you another charge on top of that. Fair to show in court. But we got his name all over the place, man. He puts the crow. Crow is his signature. It shows up on everything. It's like when people have a poker face and they got to have it doing a certain thing, something they're telling about themselves. And like, oh, he got a good hand. Look at his face. Look, he scratches his nose. He scratches his nose every time he got a good hand. Yeah, that word crow shows up everywhere. Let me see. Let's date it. I'm bringing it back the other way. I can see it better there. No, go back there. You had it right there. Oh, it's right there. You literally had it right there. Yeah, it's basically some 3D toy collection, Marvel. It even has it right there in the description. Marvel, Star Wars, right there. Gee was Louise. I tell you, self-snitching people at his finest. It's gonna be so easy to get this guy. Look what he put in here. He's literally linked in there. Star Wars and Marvel Comic-Con. Can you not? Oh my goodness, Fernando. Like seriously, you made this so easy for us, man. These people, these companies are gonna destroy you, man. Literally list hashtags. Hashtag the items that he had on the table that he was stealing. And he was at Comic-Con when he did that. He was actually at Comic-Con with Stan Lee's stolen merchandise. Oh, we're reaching out to this building on Monday. We found the building. I told you, we found the building. We're reaching out to this building Monday. I said, look, this guy right here just came in. Yeah, he's at your building, your location. We got video proof of him in your building. This guy has stolen merchandise. Gee whiz Louise. No, stop going back to that. We don't want that. I'm gonna make it out. I'm gonna see the sun. I'm gonna You know what's interesting? And the Spider-Man one, see that right there? Right there, whatever this thing is. See right there? That same thing pops up right here on the table. Where the customer buys the Spider-Man. lot of stuff we have on it, ain't it? It's a lot of stuff. Okay, at the top. Let me see. It's right there. That's his table right there. And that shows you stole. There's the Mighty Ducks right there. That's a Mighty Duck helmet right there that he printed out. And that guy right there looks familiar, because I've seen him in there before. He's been there before. So he is right. Let me see. He's in here. I've seen him before. He was holding up one of those Pikachu items. And I'm hoping that's not your sister in the background, because it does look like it's her. Because there's no way in the way you can get in there. You can't get in that unit without her. You have to be in there with her. You don't have a vending license, so you have to be in there with her. Mind you, when you said you don't have paperwork. You don't have paperwork, you don't have a vending license. A vending license you have to operate one of those tables. So in order for you to be, every time you're in here, that means she's in here with you. Right there. She was, yeah, that's his sister right there. Because he can't get in there. In order to get one of these tables, you have to show a vending license in order to do it, to get in there. And he don't have one, because remember, you said, I don't have any paperwork. That's what you said, right? So we already know that from the door. Your sister has to be in there with you. That's the only way you're going to get in there. That's it, Fernando. I couldn't care what you're posting here at the end of the day. You're coming here soon. So whatever we find in here, we're definitely going to take it. They're in there already recording. I got 6 people on his site right now documenting all his stuff. I want to see something for a minute. Let me see. Yeah, this is where he's mocking the judge. He got all this stuff. They recorded his whole site. All this stuff is all documented. The entire site's documented. There it is. That's that's what we have right there. Oh, look at this one right here. Where's the phone at? Oh, this one. Oh, no. Come and get this from here. I know they got it already, but I want this one. This is the truck with the license plate on it. We got it from there. Let's get this one right here. That's a Power Ranger, too, on top of that. Yeah. Thank you, Fernando. Got some good stuff off your site just now. Man, buddy, you're never gonna get out of the system, buddy. I bet you better hope and pray that you're able to get over here. And like I said, I'm hiring a marshal to come to your front door. I think a marshal's gonna have more of an impact. I said before, they got clearance on just about anything. That gate in the way, they can get around your gate at the end of the day. I want them to leave a little note for your landlord, for him to contact their company with their email account on it, for him to reach out to us. Because again, as I said before, we are going to sue him. I'm pretty sure that your remaining family in the building is going to receive an eviction notice, because he's going to be ticked at the end of the day. He's going to be sued at the end of the day. We know information about his building, stuff like that. You know, you kind of threw him under the bus. He's not going to honor your family living there. He's definitely going to give them eviction notice to leave. Let me go post your stuff to the site right now. There we go. There we go. This stuff is coming over right now. Over to Facebook. Fernando, I know you're scared. You're definitely scared. You don't have paperwork. You sat there and stated. Should I post your email? Stating with our proof that we had to contact Immigration and customs with your freaking ID number attached to it. Should I have to put? Want me to post that next? I can post that for you if you want. It's your confession right there saying you said you don't have paperwork, you can't be found. I'll post it right here saying that you said you feel that you have the ability to rip off American companies. You're coming over here, Fernando. You're going to have to be able to get past that TSA. We know you can't make it past TSA. Next week, I'm filing against you. We got enough evidence here. A lot of evidence on you now. Even more stuff on you. Let me see. Let's go and reset. There you go, right there. Right behind where the printout. Isn't that Stanley? Yeah. Seek and find God. Yep, you made a mockery of God, right? Yeah. You're going to be praying to him a lot when you get over here. We even had the videos. I took some of the pictures. They copied all his videos for court. Well, you ripped off everybody. And you also used their cube without permission. We'll be posting that with their full copyrights attached to it. Let me see. Let me go over and put the same caption here. We should have it there if I got it right there. Let's put it sweet. Yeah, give me that right there real quick. I'll take that. Yeah, put that picture in twice. Yeah. All right. And your address is attached to each one of these, showing your location, where you live at, whole 9 yards. So any one of these companies, any agency that links up to this can clearly find your information. Also be posting your ICE forms. We have to find the ICE identification number, and your email will be posted today too. As it says, you bragging that you can't be found. They will take that as a personal challenge. Anyone coming in here is a Spider-Man fan, any Marvel fan, anyone that owns a business that deals with people ripping them off, will take that as a personal challenge. That you feel you can come to this country and do what you want, which I'm going to post there. You feel you can come to this country and do whatever you want. Now this now shows new printout items, stealing from companies. Early Halloween, Just get your information, everything attached to it. Okay, the other thing, you should get full credit. Everybody should know where you're located, right? I think so too. Also, Jamie Fernando Gonzalez, real name Jamie Gonzalez, YouTube, business address, trademark, counterfeiting business. There you are, right there. That's your business, right? There's your address right there. So you can see that we don't play around with you, Fernando. That's where you run your business at, right? Go ahead, get one of your fake lawyers at the end of the day, which you don't have because you don't have ID to get a real attorney. It's YouTuber Crow, unlawful use of a 3D printer, trademark violations of multiple teams from Marvel, Disney. And other companies without permission. And other companies without permission. Companies without permission. Now, you know Nintendo calling this, right, Fernando? Yeah, Nintendo reached out to us. Yes, sirree. Very interested about the email we sent to them. They want to discuss more on the situation. They want to know the whereabouts of where you're at, where they can basically send a lawyer to. And we're going to give it to them, all your information, what you look like, the whole 9 yards. And we're going to point them over to this page where they can get more information. Let's see, from Disney and other companies without permission. Without permission. See, without permission. Without permission. Let me see. Twice without permission. Without full permission. Without permission. Don't need that. Let's see. Without permission. Don't need that. Without permission from these companies or paying out any royalties The YouTuber Crow1176 has profited and made money printing out stolen teams from major trademark companies. Let me see, it should be a period in there. Should be there and there. As you can see clearly in the picture, having no respect for the late Stan Lee. Stanley, and as you can see here in the picture, continues to sell merchandise without permission. And Jamie Fernando Gonzalez has been stealing from, I would say, 2023, and is operating a fully operational 3D printing trademark violation business from his apartment in California. Operating a 3D printing business without proper zoning and a license to sell in the state of California. Right there. I think it's right that your address should be applied to each one of these items you took. Since you said you had full permission, right? You claim you had full permission. So, Fernando, keep in mind, one of the charges we are filing against you when you get here to Pennsylvania, which we know you're not coming, when they bring you here to Pennsylvania, it's a better way of putting it. Let's say what it is. When they bring you here to Pennsylvania, is trademark violation. Because we can show the judge that you have used their copyrights without permission to the point we had to have a process server go to your front door to address this issue. So yes, it's serious that you have a habit of touching people's trademark and copyrighted material. Also stating in record and emails that you sent to us that we don't have this type of paperwork. It doesn't exist. So you feel you can take whatever you want. And also too stating that you don't have paperwork, you're not responsible for anything you do. No one can fine you. I'll make sure the judge fully understands that when you're sitting in that prison jumpsuit and we're having this conversation with the judge about how Mr. Fernando feels he can do whatever he wants to do. They want to ask you, do you have paperwork? What you gonna say? Because we're saying we get to file. We file with ICE for this guy in the day for the crimes he was committing here in the United States. They want to ask you, do you or do you not have paperwork? What are you gonna do, Fernando? What are you gonna say? There you go. Now, you can make all your little videos and stuff. That don't mean a difference to me. You can make your little videos, talk trash, do all you want. I don't care at the end of the day. At the end of the day, Fernando, when that marshal hits your front door, you better make darn well sure that you figure out a way how to get here. I don't care if you got to sprout wings and fly. I don't care if you got to make a freaking hot air balloon. You better get your butt here, because if you don't show up and we're in that courtroom and you're not there, I guarantee you, bar none, you don't know much about American justice system. You will learn today that if you don't show up, you will get a bench warrant on you. And you'll have some officers pop up on your front porch that'll ask you, hey, is Mr. Fernando here or Jamie Fernando Gonzalez? So right on the porch, we need you to come out. We got to talk to you for a minute. I'll rest you behind. So you better figure it out. And they do that check because they got to do a background check on you. They do a background check on everybody. Everybody knows that. How it works, you walk in, take your shoelaces out, take your belt out, they walk you over, take your fingerprints, and then they take your picture. Ka-fling, ka-fling. That's what it's going to be. And they're going to run a background check on you. And if you come back with nothing at all, period, or any one of those files pop up that we filed against you, 5 of them we filed, any one of them pop up in the day, they're going to be like, you don't got paperwork. So what are we supposed to do at the end of the day? The decision's going to be there whether you'll make it here to Pennsylvania or not. Now, they can clearly just sit there and say, well, you know what? It's not a problem. Let them deal with it. And they'll send you over here. And then sooner or later, it's going to get out either way. So either way, you run a 100% chance of getting deported. Now, keep in mind, if they come here and they pick you up, what's going to happen is they're going to ask, where did he come from? Where did he come from? Where was he arrested at? And they're going to give up that apartment number. You know what's going to happen? They're going to go right to that apartment. They're going to go right to your address. So if your wife's in there, she's in a lot of trouble because they find her in there, they're going to basically arrest her. They're going to request ID. What are you going to do? Sit back and blame other people for this? Oh, it's their fault that they didn't let me come to America and break rules and print out their items and sell their items without paying out any royalties. We're Americans can't even do that. What the frick? Why do you get to do it? Americans don't get to do that. We don't get to make Timberlands and freaking all kinds of designer clothes and all that stuff. None of us got that right to do that. None of us. And none of us got that right. We got to do like everybody else got to do. Get a freaking wholesale license and buy from a middleman and then make money. That's what we got over here. So how in the world you got that right? How are you complaining at the end of the day about this? And like you saying at the end of the day, because I don't have paperwork and I'm here, I should have a right to go in and steal whatever the freak I want. But American citizen, we can't do that at the end of the day. We go to jail for it. What makes you so special? Yeah, I hope you use that one in court. I hope you bring it to court. I can't wait for the judge to scream at you like, what the freak is wrong with you? Even if you was an American citizen, you are still going to jail over that. Mr. I don't know what. Who told you what? Somebody told you some dumb nonsense. They think he has diplomatic immunity. That's what he thinks he has. You don't have that at all. You're watching too many movies. Diplomatic immunity. No, buddy, you're going to learn. One thing you're going to learn, if you haven't learned it yet, you're going to learn how the American justice system works. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. And your situation is extremely, extremely bad. You're going to get a chance to experience the other half of America. Power Rangers. He even has one right there named Power Rangers. Not done yet. Look at that. Now, see, we knew you were going to do this because that's how you are. If I see something about you doing something you're not supposed to do, Fernando will come out and give us additional evidence against him doing that same act to try to prove at the end of the day that no one controls him or he does what he wants to do at the end of the day, blah, 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 blah. So all I have to do is say a key word to control you. We control you from here. And you know what you're going to do? Your arrogant mind at the end of the day is going to do something really stupid to try to prove to me that I don't control Jack at the end of the day, and you'll do stuff like that. Oh, he don't control Jack. I'm going to come in here, I'm going to print whatever I want. There you go. Gotcha. Print whatever you want. There you go. We got more evidence on you. Prosecute you in court now. Jamie, we do control you. Literally. Delivery. Do you remember that incident? Delivery. I literally said on your website, if you spell this correctly, we are smarter than you. Anybody else would have looked at that like, okay, whatever, be smarter than me. I don't care. I'm not going to look like an idiot in front of 100 people. I'd rather be an idiot to one person than be 100 people that come on my website and can't figure I can't spell deliver correctly. Also, all I had to say is if you change that, and I literally got the video stating it. I can go back to a year. He never changed it. He left it that way. If you change the word deliver, you spell it correctly, it means I'm smarter than you. He left it that way. So you'd rather have 100 people, 1,000 people go to your site and think you're an idiot, and someone's going to tell you, hey, buddy, you spelled that incorrectly. You might want to spell it this way. This is how it's spelled. You can't do that because of us. So now he thinks you're an idiot. So you got 1,000 people think you're idiot compared to one. Now someone did that to me, tried to do it to me. I was like, I don't care about that. I'll change it. Blah 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 blah. I couldn't care less if you think I'm an idiot in the day. I don't want the 1,000 people at the end of my site think I'm an idiot. There you go. See? So there you go. But anyway, yeah, that's all I had to do was say to you, we control. And that's it. You got mad and blew up and started printing out all this stuff, and now you just gave us additional more evidence against you. But there he is right there, smiling behind Stan Lee, laughing about it. That's for your subscribers on your channel who basically support this nonsense at the end of the day. What next? Terrorism? You guys gonna start supporting terrorism? Guys gonna come over and show you how to build bombs and blow up monuments? You probably gonna support that too. You seem like the type of Americans on that side that would do that type of stuff. Traitors. That's what you seem like. You'll support this at the end of the day. People coming and ripping off our country. So you'll probably rip somebody coming to try to destroy our company. You'll probably rip our country. You'll support that. I know you will. I think I'm going to post that one with a bunch of pictures. I got a thumbs up and everything. Making a mockery. And then got all this printed up stuff behind him that he stole. Man, I'm telling you, this does not get any better. The dum-dum took a picture of himself, literally, next to one of the printed items, and with all the stuff he printed behind him. That's like you robbing a bank and you holding up the gun and the money and your face on the camera like, look, we just robbed First National Bank. That's what I'm talking about, money game. Literally what he did. Good, we'll send that over to Marvel too also, but they have the list anyway. All right. Man, I'm dreading what we got outside with that temperature drop again. Right here. It says openly bragging about ripping off Stan Lee right there. All right, Fernando. Next week we file. Shouldn't take long, roughly. I guarantee you by this summer you'll be in the prison system. And you're definitely going to be in the prison system by this summer. Or in the summer or beginning of summer. But you're definitely going to be in there. And I'm looking forward to seeing you if you do show up. Now, as we all know, got to repeat it one more time because this is interesting. You sent that email telling us you don't have any form of documents. Question, how are you going to get past TSA? Got to be here the same day. How are you going to get past TSA? Now, if you don't show up, I'm walking out the building. I'm going to go across the street. I'm going to pull my camera phone and say he didn't show up. It wasn't you. He failed to appear in court. So you know what's going to come next. 72 hours it takes for that document to hit. Which means you can't leave well, you ain't leaving anyway. It's going to come to him. When they get you that, you don't come to them. You can surrender. Surrender be better. But you're going to come to him. Boy, I'm telling you, that's going to be the best day of my life, Fernando. That's going to be the best day of my life knowing that you got a bench warrant. That's going to be the best day of my life right there. I wish I had known about this long. I did this a long time ago. I'd have got him hit. We didn't know he didn't have paperwork. We still could have got him. Because his secret would have got him eventually. We could have literally got him on this. Literally could have got him on this. Easily. Now you told me your secret. I know now. I know you can't come in for court. I might file 2 of them on you while I'm in there. Because again, we got so much stuff on you. I can really get 2 such a charges filed on you. One for stalking, one for doxing addresses, one for tampering with our stuff that violate. Oh, I forgot there is 2 charges. There's actually this one right here. This is separate, involving the copyrights and stuff. That's all separate. That's civil. That's different. And then we have the other stuff. So it is going to be 2 of them I got to file against you. And then we're going to get Williams too while we're at it, because Williams we can get him down here too also. Don't plan anything for the summer, Fernando. Just don't. I got to go. I got things to do. But don't plan anything for the summer. I would advise you just don't at all, period. And keep in mind, if you decide to run, they're going to search your family member's home. And you do not want an ICE division coming to one of your family members' home to look for you. You know how these guys work at the end of the day. And they don't do things on the up and up at all, period. So you don't want one of them coming over there. So keep in mind, they're going to look up your family members in California, and they're going to go look from apartment to apartment, house to house. They're trying to figure out if you're living in one of these places to get their hands on you. So will the bounty hunter. The bounty hunter will be going to those addresses with his crew to figure out where you're at. One of your family members find out you got that type of heat coming after you, they're going to lock you out. But they still got to come there, regardless if he's not even there. Say they're being honest and say, hey, look, he's not here at all, period. They still got to search the house. Because you could be there. They can't take his word at the end of the day. They're going to go through their house. Nobody wants a bunch of people going through their house, going through their belongings and all this stuff and looking through stuff. And then they find something there that, you know, that happens too. People have stuff there that you're not supposed to have. And go, what the heck is this? Or what do you have this for? You're not supposed to have this at the end of the day. They can charge you for that. A search warrant can be looking for somebody, but also, too, a way to go look through your house to see if you got something that they can lock you up on. You got a license for this? Or you just think registered to you? They lock you up. So, yeah, he's going to bring a whole lot of problems to his family if he's not there. So I would advise you stay in the apartment. When they come, don't run, don't fight them, don't do that mess. Just get you hurt. And just, they're going to handcuff you and take you away. So last thing, you should have never sent me that document. I was sure already from the door that you weren't even have paperwork. Those telltale signs were there. But that right there is the icing on the cake. That's a confession from you right there from the door. Also, too, saying that you spent all these rumors, saying that you telling people that I'm the biggest scammer. We're going to get you on that too, because we have in the confession of you making that statement. You sat there and made the statement saying that you said we're the biggest scammers on our paint. That's why you went out and told everybody we're the biggest scammers. We got you on that. Another charge. Got you on the copyrights. You said the copyrights and stuff ain't real. Got you on that one too. Copyrights are real. Got you on that too. Then we got you on the whole trademark. Man, you're done, man. And if they asked him today, does he have paperwork? No, Your Honor. We literally got an email from him bragging and saying that he can't be found. Well, apparently he could be found. He's sitting right there. So right now, Jamie's posting something on the page. He's upset and angry. Of course, I expect for you to do that. I expect for you to post a whole lot of stuff. Just keep on posting stuff up there. You know what I mean? You know what's going to happen to you. Just make sure that you get past that TSA and you get down here. That's all you got to do. Just make sure. All right, Monday morning, I'm going to make the phone call on where I got to go to file this paperwork so we can get this done, so we can get Mr. Fernando down here to face charges in Pennsylvania. I can't wait to meet you. I can't wait to get that phone call. They tell me they got you. You're here. Remember you, Fernando? I'm going to take a walk into the prison. I'm standing right outside of it. That's where you're at. No more YouTube. No more talking trash on your channel. No more showboating. You're going to be in that unit. Filing a private civil complaint for copyright infringement. You have 21 days to respond back to this one. We're going to file against you also, too. Well, I mean, I got a bunch on the file. You touched my copyrights, didn't you? All right, then. We got a statement from you stating that you never touched them, right? This is one of the ones I'm going to file against you. Private civil complaint I'm going to file against you in court. Man, this is going to be bad, man. This is going to be really bad for you. So this is what we're going to file against you right here when we get that courtroom. This is one of the other charges we have. So this lawsuit's going to be filed. You have 21 days, often 21 days. Summon to ferry to respond within deadline of 21 days. You don't respond in 21 days, you forfeit judgment. Let me see. Do not ignore. We got harsh penalties. What are we getting out of this for this one? Summit. Should be address on each claim. Each claim. That means each time you touch, I can hit you for each claim. Each claim. I'm gonna get you per each time you touched it, I'm getting you for money. And your landlord is responsible for this mess too at the end of the day. It's saying damages of $750, $30,000 per work. Willfully is $150,000. Oh, mama. Man, I'm gonna basically beat the crap out of you in that courtroom. Potential penalties if found liable. Damages can range from $750, $30,000 per. This is per work, or up, or $150,000 for willfully infringements and acts of damages lost in profits. You're gonna pay me so much money, man. So I'm gonna get you with this one in court too, also. I can sue you civilly, which means I can take you over there and sue you. I don't got to take you to federal for that. And I don't need lawyers for that either. I just got to show proof. Fernando, do we have proof that our copyrights are real? We do, don't we? And do we have an email of you stating to me that my copyrights weren't real? Yeah, we do, don't we? And do we have evidence of you touching our copyrights? Yeah, we do. Did we send you a cease and desist order about the copyrights? Yes, we did. Did you have any previously run-in with any form of copyright law enforcement or process servers? Yes, you did. And they asked me, Mr. Bird, why did you let it go? I let it go for the fact that I tried to give him the opportunity to be able to turn this around and do something better with his life. But as you can see, Mr. Fernando feels that he can do whatever he wants to do because he stated he doesn't have documentation, no paperwork, and he does not exist in the U.S. Therefore, he feels he can do what he wants to do. You'll notice, Fernando, when I'm in court, I speak extremely clearly so they can understand the full impact and what you have done. So, civil court, another lawsuit when you file against you. Oh, they're going to know my face so much in that building. Like, what in the world are you doing here again? Got another one. Another one. Excuse me. I'll tell you one thing, Fernando. The one thing you did miss in the email, when you sat there and said that good luck suing you, that all your stuff is in everybody else's name, it ain't about money, Fernando. It's about your time. Knowing that you'll spend the rest of your life in the prison system and you will never be released, that's what it's about. No more golfing, no more driving here, no more doing this, no more shows, all gone, just like that. You will spend the last of your days on this earth in that holding cell, well actually not holding cell, prison system. That's where you're going to be at. And you think it's bad when we get a hold of you, wait till those big companies come down and they get a hold of you. Maximum jail time you can receive for trademark selling of Disney products without permission. You can understand, this is not a joke, Mr. Fernando. 10 years in federal prison for repeat offenders, which you are at the end of the day. Maximum is 20 years. Mind you, you have multiple companies on that table, which means the breakdown is you can receive 20 years per each item. That's a life sentence. If sale of counterfeit good causes imprisonment, breakdown, Let me see. This is a person. So this is a person in China. So Fernando, you have to understand. You think you can't be found, right? This is a person in China. We got 4.5 years prison sentence and up to $5.5 million in fines. for criminate a Disney trademark case. That's what he took. That's what he made. He was selling. He was selling jackets and stuff like that. And he got hit with $4.5 million. This is the stuff they post. This is how your stuff is going to be posted online. Well, we got your stuff posted online already. That's what he took. He took this, and this. This is what he was selling. He was making money off them without basically paying them any royalties. And Disney slapped them with, good gracious, he got hit with higher than that. So he got basically, according to information released on January the 9th of 2024, and they caught him in China. Disney has lawyers everywhere, even overseas, because they know people touch their stuff. And they're a billion-dollar corporation. Of course they're going to have lawyers everywhere. And here you are posting on freaking YouTube about stealing their merchandise. So, according to information released by January the 9th of 2024, which wasn't that far away, basically 3 criminal defendants were sentenced to up to 4.5 years in prison and with a $5.5 million fine. Let's see, for selling about 830,000 pieces of counterfeit Disney clothing, with sales amount more than $17 million. Now, you think at the end of the day, Fernando, that your case is pretty small. No. It doesn't make a difference at all, period. Anyone caught selling their stuff is going to get hit with a major lawsuits, major fines. Clearly, you went in, you stole items. Did you pay them any money out? Did you get any permission? And about, if you steal one of them, they can get you. You have to show proof that they gave you full permission to do this. If you don't got full permission, they're going to come and get you. They don't play around. That's where some people mess up. They think at the end of the day, oh, I just got a little bit of stuff in. No. You didn't get permission, none of that. They don't care if it's a freaking Disney quarter and you only have one of them and you printed out 2 of them. They don't care. At the end of the day, you didn't get permission. You made money off my product at the end of the day that I didn't get paid for. So that's what's going to happen. Can you imagine you working at your job and somebody gets your paycheck? You work all the long hours and find out somebody got your paycheck. Well, why does he have my paycheck at the day? You'd be mad. That's your money at the end of the day. You made that money. That money belongs to you, not to somebody else. That's the same way people feel when you counterfeit their items and steal their stuff. It belongs to them. That's like somebody saying, hey, they should have a law. If anybody who steals from these companies, they should just take your whole paycheck. It is. It's called a lawsuit. That's what you're going to be hit with. They're going to take all your money from you. Now, Fernando went and posted all his stuff to social media. They had people holding stolen items, bragging about how much money he made and didn't pay them anything at all. Well, your goose is cooked. Because when we get in there and we bring that charge up on you, that judge is going to have to contact. They got to contact those people. The prosecutor has to contact them and let them know that, hey, we got a person of interest in here that basically there's hard evidence of him stealing and selling your stuff without permission. Their legal team's going to get that and go, oh, shoot, they're going to come here to Allentown to prosecute Jamie. And he's a big ring. It's a lot of things he got counterfeit on the table and climbing. Oh, man. Then we got to hit you with touching our tube at the end of the day. Again. Well, next week, Jamie, I file. Actually, yeah, this weekend, on Monday, I'm going to file. I'm going to file a complaint against you. You better show up. Oh, I forgot you can't. Well, there's that. You know, life sucks, Jamie. That's how it is. You know what I mean? But, you know, it doesn't suck if you do things right. You know what I mean? I'm going to file 2 of these on you, by the way. Don't get 2 bench warrants. You don't want that crap. We definitely don't want that. Your family can't bail you out. I don't think they're going to come here. I don't think your wife's going to come here and run the risk of basically she doesn't have paperwork. She can't fly down here at all, period. I don't think they're going to even drive down here at all, period. Because once you get down here, Jamie, I'm going to make it known to the judge you don't have documents. We had to contact basically ICE multiple times about your situation of you committing terrorist acts against our companies here in the United States. How you threatened citizens down here. At the end of the day, American citizens and any people that were involved in you in carrying out these deeds will basically comply to the judge that basically you abused all privileges while you were down here in the United States. So make sure at the end of the day that hopefully we'll have a unit down there for you. I will make it known. Trust me. Yeah, they may not, and they may. But it will be known that we did file. I'm going to pull all my documents from over there so I can have them in front of a judge. Let them know that you are not from here. You don't have paperwork. Now, they sit there and say, well, how do you know this? Because I get this all the time. Well, how do you know this? Got an email confession. Here you go. You made it easy for me. Usually I got to go into talking about how we had to go in and we made the statement about whether or not we had paperwork or not, because we have to make sure we're going to get our money, because I got to pay a lot of money in fees for basically filing these charges against these idiots. And we usually got to go through that. Now I got to do that no more. Just show me email. So now he emailed me and confessed that bragging about how we can't find him. He does what he wants to do in America. And he wants to sit there and go, oh, really? So I just give him that now. So we had to wait until the we have to wait. We have to wait until the other case comes in. I was like, no. You can file it now. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Monday. And they think that's a no, that's a dummy document. That's what they look like. When we get done filing it, that's what they look like. Now, while you're there, I'm going to contact code enforcement and some other places at the end of the day about your machines in your apartment. Your apartment there has to be clean. There's those fumes and whatever stuff that went on in there has to be cleaned out. And you can't rent it out to somebody else. Like that. The landlord's got big problems too, because again, he's going to have to pay us. You don't have to worry about that apartment anymore. You won't be there anymore. What you're going to have to worry about now is the family you have there right now. And I guarantee you, to try to make himself look good for the courts, he's going to evict them. Because he's going to make it like he didn't support it. So he can't get out of that situation because, again, you guys been there for a very long time. And there's videos documenting you being in that place for that long. So it's going to be hard for him to do that. But he's still going to, you don't have a lease. And he just get you out of there. You don't have a lease. You have no proper paperwork. You can just call the police and get you out. So Jamie, I said before, I expect for you to retaliate. I expect for you to go to your site and put dumb stuff up and say dumb things. That's what you do. And we'll just copy all that and use it against you in court. That's all. That's all. Just like I went in and got the new other stuff showing in 2026. You're still printing out stuff and selling it without permission. So that's all. And then you'll probably get angry and upset about that, and you'll go print out some more stuff, and we'll copy that too for the judge and for the people that are going to be filing against you. I think right now you feel that this is the only way you can retaliate. It's just digging a bigger hole for yourself. And in the end, the reality is going to kick in, Fernando, when they come to your door to arrest you for not showing up with the bench warrant. That's when the reality kicks in. So it does that for most people. You sit in the back of the car, you get them handcuffs on, and they're driving you off. That's when the reality kicks in. This just got real. And since you made a mockery of God at the end of the day, this is where you're going to start praying, in the back of that car. Because usually most people do when they're back there. I hope you get some officers at the end of the day that decided they're going to basically not call ICE on you. Made my job a lot easier. So how do you know we don't have any paperwork to be here? I got an email from them telling me you can't be found. No point in suing them because you can't find them. I figure we're going to sue this landlord for. He's roughly going to be up there. Let's see how much that building's worth first. Insurance. You know, I know you got to check and see his house is worth, but he's going to lose some. Also, he's going to go past the building. Probably see what he has, any cars, other businesses, stuff like that. I'm pretty sure he has another business in the apartment complex. I'll get somebody to check into all that to figure out what he's actually worth. And we'll file from there. The reason why it's easy to get your landlord, Jamie, I hate to put it this way, but it's true. We brought in an illegal immigrant into his building to the grounds we can get him on. And on top of that, you committed all these crimes on top of that while you were in the building like that. You know, attacking companies, terroristic threats, stuff like that. So yeah, he's going to be charged with all that. The printing company that hired you, they paid you under the table. They're going to be charged for that too also. They weren't supposed to do that. You were supposed to get a paycheck. Get in trouble for paying someone under the table. It means something wasn't reported. So they're in trouble for that mess. So yeah. You threw a lot of people on the table. A lot of people helped you out when you came here to California. They stuck their necks out for you. And unfortunately, they're going to get them chopped off in the process because they trusted in you. And all those people who sent me emails at the end of the day saying, oh, he's an American citizen. I vouch he's an American citizen. I stand by he's an American citizen. I know he's an American. Yeah. Do you under the bus too? I'll make sure I'll post your emails next to his email throwing you under the bus. Well, Fernando, I'm about to do something you want me to do pretty soon. I'm going to go outside, walk around. I got to take care of some business real quick. You won't be doing that anymore. And that is a pod unit, by the way, over there. I just checked and I found it's a pod unit. You're messing with my cat behind me. And it's a pod unit. What happened to your TV? You watch them coming on? And it shut off? Let me see. I'm going to swap the projectors out anyway, but to put in another projector. We're done with this one. Use this one too much. I like using the same projector over everything. Don't put your projector in so you're good. Alright? Let me get ready to move to our new location. Oh man, I forgot to tell them. I gotta go pick that up too. I already forgot that. We do have more mail. We have more, you Williams. The post office. You're still sending mail over there. I gotta go take a trip over there, pick up the remaining of the mail over there and take them over to the police station. Yeah, because you're sending mail over there. I gotta give them the address to the other post office. Or they can go pick it up themselves. They can go pick it up themselves. That's a long distance out there. Yeah, because we got the mail put on hold. So you're still sending stuff out there. Yep. Nah. I think basically I'm gonna go get it myself. Because I need to keep some of this mail for myself. It took my whole brick. I mean, I'm glad they're using it for evidence against him, but still, they got my whole brick. And I got everything documented. I got pictures and everything, all kinds of stuff documented. So I'm good on that. And then on top of that, we go to court for that nonsense for suing the building. And they said, well, yeah, we couldn't because right now they got it as they got a case on them. That come out far better than saying, hey, we got evidence here. You know, we got somebody running a case on that. So that knows at the end of the day how fantastic crazy it's going to be when we hit that building. Oh, man. All right. Oh, check out my site too. I did a rebuild on my site too. Let's see. with it. Oh, yeah, making clothes, man, selling it. We got you just saying you're gonna start a business off these people. I'm curious to see how many people Disney sued. You know it's gotta be up there. Yeah, the new design we put in the background. I saw it on the side, like, oh, I want that over here. We got it over on this side. Got that cool design to it. So all your videos you posted about my paint at the end of the day, I got them all documented. We got them ready to go. But, like I said, Fernando, I don't know, man. I don't think you're going to make it. I mean, they can pick you up easy on that. No problem. You can go that way. You'll get here and get a bench warrant and go that way. And in between that time, ready checking that background check on you, they can easily make a phone call and get that taken care of. There's a number of ways that can go. Now, if he's able to get past all that, say he gets the sentence, gets about 80, 100 years, where he's going to get a lot of time. Again, you got the other companies going to prosecute you too. But whatever time you get, let's just say you're there for life, you're not getting out. Then you're going to run the risk of the other ones that are waiting for you. Because they can't do anything to you. You can't be going to court, busted up or beat up and crack kicked out of you. I rough you up a little bit. That's pretty much what they're going to do. Have a little fun with you and rough you up a little bit, you know. But other than that, can't really do anything to you until you come out of that whole court thing. If you get out of that court thing, then, you know, you're probably going to do what they're going to do. Most likely, he might get rented out. Like I said, Fernando, you act like you're a tough man, but you're afraid. Every time we talk about these challenges, you go run to Disney World, you do disappear, you gotta shrink your images so nobody can see where you're at, or know where you're at, buddy. You do stuff like that all the time. That process server, I was on the phone with him the whole time. Ran to the back. He ran right to the back, the kitchen, and hid back there, and his wife come up front. Oh man, I can't wait for this freaking get this. He gonna get this bench warrant. All right, let me see. I like that. Site's done on that. Got that all. Maximum 10 years of messing with Disney. Don't play around. Freaking giving people freaking 10, 20-year prison sentences for touching their stuff. Oh, heck no. Somebody wrote down, can I go to jail for copyright, trademark, or patents? The real question is, can you go to jail for violating the law of protected copyright, trademarks, and patents? The answer is, of course. I just want to get that building before they get to it. Disney gets to that building. Disney's going to take that building. They're going to hit that building. They're going to sue the daylights out of their hand. They are. Because they're going to look at the fact that he got a fake lease. What's the penalty for having a fake lease for a tenant by a landlord? It's criminal. Criminal charges. So it's called forgery and fraud. I told you can't do that. That lease got to be real. You can't even rent out a building. If you got a building at the end of the day, and it's a house. And if it's a house, and you got other people living there, they can get you on that. Because your building's not registered for a business. It's registered as residential, not business. You got to go there. It's an easy fix, too. Some people go, they leave the property or whatever. And, no, it's an easy fix. You go down, all you have to do is go down and basically register your building as, zone it as an apartment. Or a boarding room. Boarding rooms are better. Apartment's a little harder, but a boarding room is easier. The renting out rooms is a boarding room. So basically, you're not required to have all the stuff that an apartment's required to have in order for an apartment to run as an apartment. It's a boarding room. Couple rooms, they share the kitchen, they share the bathroom. That's how it is. Everybody shares the porch. They have a couple parking areas out back, whatever. Ta-da, that's it. Easy to do. It's just switching over and over to where it says that basically it is a boarding. But keep in mind, when taxes come, you're going to pay a little more because it is a business at the end of the day. And all license inspection do when they come through to make sure the place is fit for people to live in. That's the first one. Then the second time they come back in and they have to see if the building requires anything to make it a boarding room, which wouldn't be that hard because it's just rooms. That's pretty much it. And that's pretty much it. That's all. And you get a little document, that's it. You're good. Your place is good to go. That's all. It's easy to do. All right, I took my landlord to get his done. You know, he came up here. He's been up here for a while, but some people, when they come up here, they don't know the business part up here. They don't, and they get scared. Don't get scared about it at all, period. He was scared. He's not good with paperwork. His English is not that good. His English is somewhat good. I can understand what he's saying. But he feels at the end of the day it's not that good. So he feels that he can't speak correctly if he's talking to somebody about involving the building or business, something he would understand. See, at the end of the day, y'all got to stop doing that mess up there. You basically short yourself out that way. We can hear you, understand you perfectly clear. There's people here in America I don't even understand what you're saying half the time. So we can definitely understand what you're saying. Go get your paperwork, get yourself registered in, you know what I mean? Anything can happen. If he got in dispute with one of his tenants, they could easily get him on that. Easy get him on, report him. So go on and get that paperwork, get your building locked in. That's what I had to do. I had to take him down to City Hall, show him how to do it. I said, look, I'll take care of it for you. I do this stuff all the time. Walk down there, talk to the clerk, but you got to pay for it, da-da-da-da-da. Get it done, you fill it out, fill all the information, put your stuff in there, pay him the $75, and you're done. Now your building's already done. They expect for you not to do it. Some people get scared. They put a little tag on your door. The white tag doesn't mean anything. A white tag means your building is under inspection. That's what it means. Basic, unlawful, rental property, whatever. But that's all it is. When you get that green tag, this is where things get serious. When you get that orange, yeah, your building, you can't have anybody renting it at all. Either your building's condemned or basically something's going on in there, but you can't rent it out until you get all that fixed. Yep. And once they sign off on it, you peel it off your door and you're done. That's all you got to do. So easy to do. Look at that. So I had to help him. That building been sitting there for a while before we got that paperwork done. When I got there, paperwork got done. You're going to come to me and say, well, I can use you for... No, you ain't using me for no paperwork at the end of the day. You can figure that out yourself. It's your building day. It's not mine. You're going to figure it out yourself. I can teach you and show you how to do it, but you're going to do it yourself. So, there you go. But this one at the end of the day, no, you don't know paperwork. You can't write on the paperwork. You could write. His writing was pretty good. Usually most of them I mean have extremely good handwriting. I mean really good handwriting. Really, really good handwriting. You know? But don't doubt yourself that way. Don't think at the end of the day. I had so many people sit there like my English is not. I can understand you crystal clear. Your English is perfect. That's some jerks at the end of the day. People go, oh, you speak English. You be in this country, speak English. You're going to be in this country, speak Native American. That's what you say back to them. Anytime somebody says to you that you got to speak English in this country, say you got to speak Native American. That's all you got to say to them. That's shut them down real quick. They know the story behind that. So anybody out there from another country, you come here and they say to them about your English, say you speak Native American. Got to shut them down real quick. That's how you end that conversation. Man, you know how cold it's going to be out there. If the temperature is dropping, get down like everything freezes up. Let me see. Is your whatchamacallit on? Where you at? Where's the remote control to the game system? Puppy, you been gaming on the game system like that? You been gaming on the game system? Jamie, all that stuff you're talking about getting triggered and ranted. Ugh. when you're in the system, right? I'm going to make sure I post those videos. You're talking about me ranting. Remind you where you're at right now. Oh, I can't wait to fill out these forms. I can't wait to file. I'm so happy. I can't wait to file this man. I can't wait. I know he can't make it over here too. On top of that, it was his family talk about this. Like, yo, I'm about to file these papers on this guy. We know for the door. She read the email too. Said, we know from the door. He can't. He's going to make it over. So my boys, my buddy's a correction officer. Oop. You know what that means at the end of the day? You get a chance to meet your friend. Correction officer. They know about you at the end of the day, all the stuff you did to me, how you made all the comments about my family and everything. Yep. Really? You got me over here. Yeah, Fernando, you're going to be down here with my peoples. My family, all that. You're going to be down here with us. He'll sit there and go, kiss a Karen. He'll sit there and go, oh, he's threatening my life. And nobody threaten your life, go, Karen. Stop being such a woman at the end of the day. Nobody threaten your life. You're just going to be down here with my people. I'm from Pennsylvania. That's where you're going to come. You're going to be down here with my people. I even have a few friends inside, too. They got in some trouble. They're in there, you know. They're chilling, doing their time. They'll be out soon. Take them out for pizza. Chill with them. Some people in there too, some friends in there too, myself. Ah, look at you. You're so cute, darn it. Gotta get you some water. I know you only drink bottled water. I know you only drink bottled water. You only drink bottled water. It's good stuff, babe. It's good stuff. Here you go. Charté number 8. You get your whatchamacallit filled up. Put your whatchamacallit on. I'm gonna get that out. How freezing cold it's out here. Let me see. I got to do some advertising today on basically some other stuff, and I got to break down some stuff to get ready for our new setup. Isn't it interesting? We're going to our new setup pretty soon, and he's going to be locked up in his new setup. Where is... I can't find your remote. What you call it? The game controller. I literally had it. Oh, here it's on the floor. Wow. Having some Murgatroyd. Taco having some Murgatroyd. Having some Murgatroyd. I'm done with all this, man. Having some Murgatroyd. Having some Murgatroyd. But I have on a court record that Mr. Fernando lied and could not back up his statements about our products. If you break down and cry in that courtroom, it will be stated Mr. Fernando at one point broke down and cried in the courtroom. Make sure everybody can read everything. I want it all public records, everywhere. And I will post all the links where you can go read it. See how tough man acts tough and crack tough on YouTube, how tough you are in that situation. Alright, you got, hold on, I got your bean coming on, baby. Get your bean. Your bean? Got you. I got you. I'm about to hook you up with that. I'm about to go disappear and get this done. Gotta come back in, got a couple things I gotta do, and I'll finish. Damn, I'm not gonna worry about that. Get ready to start looking at ordering some stuff for my new setup. What the heck is this? I don't know what. Here's the white waterways. Talk about the waterways. The rest of you turd burglars at the end of the day, I'm still going to be online, still going to have people I'm going to pay at the end of the day to watch everything you freaking do. Anyone who mentions my company in any type of way that's unlawful anyway, I guarantee you, I'm going to treat you like the rest of them. I'm going to throw you in jail and take all your stuff from you. These guys are the first stage of the stuff we're going to do to you guys if we catch you. And the judge is going to see me so many times that he's just going to be used to me bringing you guys in for prosecution. You might automatically just be guilty right from the door. Might just get it over, done with, just throw you to jail and give me my money. But other than that, you have to go through due process. So there's going to be a lot of you. Police are going to be familiar with your handiwork. Everybody's going to be familiar with your handiwork. It's going to be easy to prosecute you. So just so you know that just because Mr. Bird is moving on to better and more upgrades, what you call moving on to bigger and better things, what actually it's supposed to be, that I'm still going to pay the money for high, top level programmers, people that are designed to search, seek, find, lawyers, prosecutors, bounty hunters, whatever I can get my hands on to find each and every one of anyone in the day so we can bring you to court and prosecute you. And then when we get done humiliating you there, I'm going to take all court documents and make it all public domain. Everybody can see it, even everything down from your dash cam, well actually the police dash cam from you being arrested, down to your mug shots. Have to learn respect. You want publicity? Look at your publicity, I guarantee you. You make any death threats, I got a bounty hunter that'll find you. I guarantee you. I'm hiring him and all 18 of his crew. There's a bunch of them, by the way. So, yeah. Besides, you threaten my life. Just your own life is going to be threatened. You know why? You know what happens with that, right? You threaten a Christian, you know what happens, right? It won't go well for you at all. I know what's going to happen to you. It happened to me. That's how I know it's about to happen to you. You threaten, you even think about it. The thought, remember, God knows everything you think before you even think it. You even think about it, and that punishment, that judgment can come down on you today, tomorrow, or the next day. If it happened to me, it didn't take long. It really didn't. I couldn't believe I wanted a judgment that fast. Didn't take long. I just opened my mouth and went one little statement. The minute I walked out the door, I got hit with judgment that quick, that fast. I could have been killed. God spared my life. I could have been killed. You ever had a gun pointed at your forehead before? You know what that's like? To have a gun sitting right there, your forehead? Not clip, revolver. You can even count the bullets. One squeeze and that's it. You're gone, just like that. You ever been in a situation like that before? I've been in it many times, but not like that one before. Not after I said it and it happened. And the only thing I can think about is what I said to my brother-in-law. I couldn't think about nothing. I didn't even think about death. That's all I can think about. Judgment is no joke. So that's what you're going to be facing. You threaten a Christian, that's what you're going to be facing, that judgment. I don't know how yours is going to come, but I know how mine came, and I'll never do that ever again as long as I live. I guarantee you one thing, it'll be an experience you will never forget as long as you live. Don't eat that. It's for you to brush your face on. You eat this. It'll be all up in your body. Come here. I'm not brushing with it. I'm not trying to harm you. It's a brush. I'm trying to brush you with the brush. Come here. I want to brush you. I want to brush you. You can't eat this. You eat this, this will be in your digestive system. Then we'll have all types of problems with your body. All right? Can't have that. All right? I'll get you something else to chew on, okay? I got you. Yep. You'll be under judgment. I don't got to worry about it. See, that's why Christians don't worry about that nonsense. We know what's going to happen to you. God will show you mercy. He will. Hopefully he does. And maybe. I don't know. Can't say. I don't know God. I mean, I know God in the day, but I don't know him on that level. I mean, I don't know what I can't think what God's going to do. That's not even my words in the day. No, and I even have that ability. Not only his brain weak for thinking, but I know from what I learned from my history, basically not what to do at the end of the day. So, judgment comes in different ways. Judgment can come in death. Judgment can come basically in enlightenment. Judgment can come at the end of the day of basically judgment. But, depends on how it comes out. A lucky mine came with just judgment on basically not to do that ever again, as long as I've never ever did that ever again. So I know that if you are even thinking about anything in the day, you know it's coming. Hey, Taco Cat, how you doing? You doing great? You doing great? Yeah. That put your dishes always filled up. I'm killing time. That's what I'm doing. Where's my phone? Did I put my phone back on the charger? Where's the other phone at? My phone is up there. Where my glasses at? My glasses? Oh, my sunshades. Where my sunshades? I can't hear without them suckers. Oh, here we go. There we go. I'm enjoying this moment. You probably say, how come he's going to leave and he's still there? I'm enjoying this. I am. I'm really enjoying this. I can't wait. You see what it says at the top, Fernando? That's what's about to happen to you Monday morning. Oh, man, I wish I'd have known about this years ago, man. I would have followed it. But then again, we wouldn't have the information we have now if we had waited. But, man, this is beautiful, man. This is beautiful. He can't show up. He don't have documents. He can't be there. He's going to get a bench warrant automatically. Oh, man. I wish I could be there when they come to his front door to put those handcuffs on him. The stun he's going to have on his face at the end of the day. The confusion. The confusion. They even want to tell you we sent a letter to your front door. We sent a letter. Where's the letter at? Because they're going to ask him about the letter. And then they're going to ask you about that letter. We sent a letter to you. What did you do with the letter? How come you didn't read the letter? Mr. Ferb, what you paid for? I paid for a marshal. I paid for a person to post to his door. We paid for a U.S. Marshal to get it done. They know the U.S. Marshal is going to contact us and say, hey, we just posted to the door. How come you didn't respond back? You didn't respond back at all? Did you contact anyone? Did you call anybody? Yeah. You're not even going to talk to the judge. They're going to process you and take you up here. They're going to bring you up here if you make it up here. And they're going to put you right in the holding cell at the police station. And then when you're processed over, I guess they'll process you again. They probably are. And then they got to take you from there. They can put you in there, transport you to that prison. You're going to be right up the street from me. There you are on YouTube. I'm going to watch you on YouTube. And I got YouTube right here. He's right up the street. What do we got on the phone? I'm going to take a walk over here. Oh, we got some time right there. Oh, shoot. Don't we got something coming through today? Oh, where you at? I was thinking, I gotta go to the post office anyway. I gotta go pick up my package. My package today went to the post office. So I gotta go out there anyway tomorrow. Oh, sorry, Monday to go out there. I gotta pick up the rest of that mail for court. So yeah, definitely. All right, I'm out of here. I gotta go. The last thing I gotta worry about picking up the package is the package got shipped by United States Postal Service. So it's down there right now. So while I'm down there, I gotta go down there anyway. I'll just pick up the what I need from there. I'll pick up the rest of the remaining of the mail they got down there. Because I know you sent stuff down there at the end of the day. All right. That being said, I'll see you guys in court. If you don't show up, you know what's going to happen after that. So I'd advise you do show up.